Chapter 490. When he turned around, he realized that the person in front of him, who looked like a ghost, looked extremely familiar. Whoa, it was Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng grinned at him. Brother Han, I'm sorry to offend you. When we're done with the mission, I'll treat you to a drink as an apology. Whoa, fuck you. Your Su family doesn't have any good intentions. Su Qingfeng pretended not to see the anger in his eyes. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to hide the captives so that they wouldn't disturb the characters. And so, for the first time in his life, the elegant and distinguished Sir Feng Yu suffered retribution. Because Han Mingxi and the others were still in the game, there was no way they could send someone to escort them out. Thus, they casually found a secluded cave and placed them there. Then, they chopped some branches and grass to disguise themselves before swaggering off. Only Han Mingxi was left lying in the thicket, cursing in his heart. After dealing with Han Mingxi, Su Qingfeng contentedly lay on the hillside and observed the movements of the group of people at the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. It wasn't that he wanted to go against Han Mingxi, but that Han Mingxi had chosen the right place. It was exactly the place he needed. Facing the group of so-called prince heirs, Su Qingfeng's eyes were filled with excitement. This kind of life was much more interesting than studying at home or being an official. Captain, the people outside have all been cleaned up. Only those are left. Do you want to go over now? One of the team members quietly crept up to Su Qingfeng and crouched down beside him. Su Qingfeng shook his head and said in a low voice, "That group of people are all of noble status and are afraid of death. There are at least a few hundred guards around them. And that, Lei Tingfeng, Yalu Hong, Yalu Yi, and Mo Jingli are all considered experts. If we let one of them escape, all our previous efforts would be wasted. When the others arrive, we'll act together." We were the first to arrive. Why? The young and energetic soldier was unwilling to give up. They were the first to arrive. If they could catch these people themselves, they would be the undisputed first place. Su Qingfeng raised his hand and slapped him on the forehead. There are only a dozen of us. It's not easy to deal with so many people face to face. What if one of them got away? Don't forget Princess Consort and Commander Qin's request. Capture or kill all of them. If one escapes, it will be considered a failure. The soldier rubbed his head and lay down obediently. Not long after, something flashed on the opposite hill. Su Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He bit on the grass and said with a smile, "Look, who's here?" The soldiers got up and looked around carefully. They had chosen a good position. Not only could they see the target in front of them clearly, they could also see the cliffs on both sides of the hill. The soldier chuckled and reported to Su Qingfeng, "Squads 1 to 16 have arrived." The 7th and 15th teams blocked the upper and lower reaches of the river. The others are scattered around. Su Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Tell the brothers to get ready. Follow the original plan and surround these people with the other pairs of brothers. Push towards the center and don't let anyone get away. After all the squads have gathered, Vice Captain will take command. This captain and the other captains will work together to catch those guys." Yes. Below the cliff, Lei Tengfeng and the others were still carefully probing and guarding against their opponents. They didn't know that a group of people had quietly gotten rid of the thousands of people they had stationed nearby and were slowly approaching them. Lei Tengfeng leaned against a large tree and sat. His gaze would occasionally sweep past Yalu Yi and the others. He was calculating in his heart if the person who took out the Imperial Jade Seal in the end wasn't one of his own people. Would the people he brought be enough to take back the Imperial Jade Seal? If it was one of his own people who took the Imperial Jade Seal, how would they escape from the encirclement? While he was thinking about this, the others naturally weren't idle either. So when he raised his head this time, he met Mo Jingli's vigilant gaze. Lei Tingfeng gave Mo Jingli a friendly smile, but was only met with silence and disregard. Lei Tingfeng didn't mind this. He and his father had already analyzed Mo Jingli's character. They both had the same goal and thought that this person wouldn't amount to much and wasn't a cause for concern. Finally, a sound came from the tomb. Everyone immediately stood up and stared nervously at the exit. Very quickly, someone rushed out. His sorry appearance let everyone know that the danger they encountered in the Imperial Mausoleum wasn't ordinary. Mo Jingli stepped forward and grabbed the person he sent in. He asked sternly, "Did you find the Imperial Jade Seal?" "Prince, we were deceived by Tan Jiji. Inside, there's no Imperial Jade Seal inside." The guard grabbed Mo Jingli until it hurt, but he still insisted on reporting. Everyone's expression changed. Very quickly, another person rushed out, but the news they brought back was more or less the same. Yelu Hong's people brought back the fake Imperial Jade Seal, but the word fake at the corner of the Imperial Jade Seal seemed to be mocking them, causing everyone's eyes to hurt. Tan Jiji, Mo Jingli gritted his teeth. Everyone else's expression was just as gloomy, especially when they heard that although the burial items inside were precious, most of them were large and hard to move. Their expressions became even uglier. Lei Tingfeng was also very straightforward. Since they didn't find anything, he immediately went to Li City to report to his father. He gave a light snort and said clearly, "Let's go. Return to the city." The guards that were originally hidden not far away didn't respond. Lei Tongfeng immediately felt that something was wrong, and his expression became even uglier. The others naturally also felt that something was wrong. Mo Jingli said sternly, "Someone come." Only his voice echoed at the bottom of the cliff. The hundreds of guards that were originally hidden in the shadows didn't move at all, until a clear and low laugh came from not far away. In the northwest, digging up a grave without the owner's permission. You all have the guts to quickly surrender and wait for the prince's princess consort to deal with you. Mo Jingli sneered and said, "Could it be that this grave belongs to Mo Xiaoyao?" The other party replied with the same sneer. "Although this grave doesn't belong to the prince, it is still on the prince's land. Also, you are all descendants of the nobles of various countries. To be able to do something as lowly as digging up a grave, it really makes me admire you. But even if you all like to do this kind of thing, you shouldn't do it in the Northwest. Do you really think that our prince doesn't exist anymore? I will count to 3, then come over and surrender yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Lei Tongfeng smiled and said, "I still haven't asked which general you all are under. Could it be Princess Ding's subordinate, Qi Lin? If that's the case, this humble prince would like to experience a thing or two." Yelui stepped forward and said with a smile, "Heir Genom of Gojoseon is right. This humble one would also like to experience Qi Lin's skills." Yelu Hong and Mo Jingli exchanged glances and also prepared to face the enemy. Yi Li's subordinate, Qi Lin, had appeared too quickly and too mysteriously. It would be good if they could use this opportunity to probe their background. Then I'll have to offend you. As soon as the voice fell, more than 10 figures suddenly leapt into the air and pounced on the crowd. They didn't rush forward like normal people and engage in a chaotic battle. Instead, it was as if they had been arranged in advance. Several of them surrounded one person and began to attack. As for the other guards, they were quickly eliminated by the Qi Lin. After the other Qi Lin dealt with the surrounding guards, they didn't step forward to participate in the battle. Instead, they surrounded the dozen people in the battlefield in an orderly manner, as if they were watching the battle and preventing the enemy from escaping. Chapter 491. Lei Tingfeng waved his long sword and fought with the people surrounding him. At the same time, he keenly found that these people cooperated very well and could adjust their formation at any time. Once one group showed a slight weakness, the other 2 groups would send people to join in. These people were not a match for him in a one-on-one fight, but they were not mediocre. Not to mention 1 against 10, even if 4 people worked together, it would be enough to make him complain inside. The battle ended after the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Without any suspense, all 4 of them were captured. One of them made a hand gesture to the surrounding Kirins, and the surrounding people immediately cheered and scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing into the forest. Lei Tingfeng lowered his head to look at the short knife on his neck and the person who was quietly and neatly tying him up. He sighed helplessly and said, "Qi Lin lives up to its reputation." The person who tied him up stared at the green-faced face and grinned. "Shitsi, thank you for the praise. We are not official Qilin. Lei Tingfeng smiled, but did not speak. His heart sank. This kind of combat power, no matter which country's army it was, would be the best of the best. These people were not official Qilin. Then how strong were the real Qilin? Looking at the faces in front of him, that he could not see their true faces, Lei Tengfeng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Everyone, what happened to the people we brought? Yilu Hong asked. One of them made a sound and rubbed his head as he thought. Then he said, the higher-ups only said that the important people were to be unharmed, the others were to be at ease. The obedient ones were all tied up, the disobedient ones were all killed. Yilu Hong's expression couldn't help but change. The northern tribes were known for their valiance and bravery. They simply couldn't believe that so many northern tribes experts had been killed so quietly. Regarding this, Lei Tingfeng had an idea in his heart and wasn't that excited. He was only calculating in his heart what kind of price he would have to pay if he fell into the hands of Prince Ding and Princess Ding. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Commander. In a forest with flat terrain, Yi Li, who was dressed in white, stood leisurely without any makeup. Half a step behind him stood the black-clothed Qin Feng, Zhui Jing, and Lin Han. Not far away were Han Mingxi, who had just been dragged out of the grass nest, and Han Mingyue, who had a complicated expression on her face. Yi Li looked at the soldiers in front of her, who were still in high spirits, even after a day and night of marching and fighting. She nodded her head in satisfaction and said, no need for formalities. I, Commander Qin, and the 3 instructors have all seen your performance today. Let's talk about the shortcomings later. Overall, we are very satisfied. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and said in unison, thank you, Princess. Many thanks for the correction. They had not thought that when they had been marching and fighting, Wang Fei, the commander, and the instructors who often trained them had been watching from behind. However, they were still very happy to receive a satisfactory evaluation from Wang Fei. Yi Li smiled as she looked at the excited youths in front of her. She smiled faintly and said, then Ben Fei announces that you have officially left the training camp and become members of Qilin. Another wave of cheers came from the troop. Qin Feng, who was standing behind Yi Li, stepped forward and looked maliciously at the excited subordinates. He said, don't be happy too early. Truly becoming a member of Qilin means that your future days will be more difficult than before. Commander, we are not afraid. A soldier in the troop came forward and said firmly, aren't you afraid? Qin Feng gave him a rare smile. The soldier only felt a chill in his bones. Qin Feng's voice continued. Then, to welcome and celebrate everyone officially becoming a member of Qilin, I have prepared a gift for you. The gift this commander has prepared for everyone is 1 month of wilderness survival. The location is 300 li northeast of Ling Yun mountain range. The requirements are that you are not allowed to obtain supplies from civilians in any way, and you're not allowed to alert the garrison troops. Losers. Qin Feng smiled without a change in expression when he saw the originally excited expressions turn into tears. He said, losers will wash the clothes of all of Qilin in the next 3 months. Everyone instantly cursed in their hearts. Qilin had to train endlessly every day. Their clothes were so dirty that they didn't even want to touch them. There were at least 700 or 800 people in Qilin. They would rather die than wash so many clothes. Qin Feng obviously couldn't understand the pain and resentment of his subordinates. He looked satisfactorily at the soldiers whose faces were covered with oil paint, but whose resentment could be clearly seen. He waved his hand and said, now, everyone, set out from the northeast. Yes. Captain of Squad 12, stay here, Yi Li said. Su Qin Feng, who had originally planned to run with them, stilled and stayed where he was. Wang Fei, Su Qin Feng said in confusion. Third brother, your training is over, Yi Li said with a smile. Su Qin Feng knew that when Yi Li called him third brother, it meant that they had a personal relationship. But Su Qin Feng did not want to treat this as a personal matter. After a moment of silence, Su Qin Feng said, Wang Fei, I want to stay with them. Yi Li frowned and said, we did not originally say this. Su Qin Feng had joined halfway. Even though his training results were not worse than the others, from the beginning, no one had planned on keeping him in Qilin. Even Su Qingfeng himself probably did not have this plan. Originally, he wanted to be on the battlefield, not on such a small team. Qilin was fated not to be able to face the battlefield directly. Also, because of the confidentiality of Qilin, if Su Qingfeng really joined Qilin, it meant that he would not be able to marry and have children for at least a few years. He would also not be able to interact with his family for a long time. This was probably not what Uncle and Aunt wanted to see. Su Qingfeng said seriously, "I have made up my mind. I do not think I am worse than anyone else. Wang Fei, please give me a chance to prove it." Yili frowned slightly and looked at Qingfeng to ask, "Qingfeng, what do you think?" Qingfeng raised an eyebrow and said, "Third Master Su's ability is unquestionable. Actually, Wang Fei can wait for Third Master Su to return before deciding whether to stay or leave. There is also time to discuss with old teacher Su and the two masters." Yili thought for a moment and nodded. "All right then, third brother, you can go first." Su Qingfeng heard this, and his face lit up with joy. He bowed to Yi Li and Qingfeng before turning to chase after his own team. Reporting to Prince, bad news. In the inn in Glass City, a servant knocked on Jinnum of Gojoseon's door with a panicked expression. Not long after, the door opened from the inside. Jinnum of Gojoseon stood at the door with a gloomy expression. He stared at the panicked servant in front of him and asked coldly, "What happened?" The servant panted heavily and stammered, "Your Highness, something happened to Your Highness. Your Highness has been captured by the people from the Prince Ding mansion." Jinnum of Gojoseon's heart sank. His subordinates naturally would not speak without thinking. However, in the past 2 days, he had not heard of any movement of troops in or near Glass City. "How could Tungfeng? What else is there? Tell me everything," Jinnum of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Chapter 492. The attendant hurriedly said, "We have lost contact with all the people who went out with the Crown Prince. I heard that this morning, Princess Ding personally escorted a group of people back to the mansion. The servants reported that they saw the Crown Prince of the Northern Tribes, the 7th Prince, and Prince Li of Eastern Shu." Jinnum of Gojoseon frowned. What does the Prince Ding mansion want to do after capturing so many people? Jinnum of Gojoseon did not believe that the Prince Ding mansion wanted to start a war with the other countries. No matter how powerful the Mahist army was, they would not be able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 countries. Just as he was thinking about the purpose of this trip to the Prince Ding mansion, someone sent an invitation. Prince Ding, Princess Ding invites the prince to the mansion for a chat." Jinnum of Gojoseon took the invitation and said calmly, "I understand. You may leave." After dismissing the servant, the attendant standing by the side asked carefully, "Prince, are we going?" Jinnum of Gojoseon looked at the elegant invitation in his hand and sneered. "Tungfeng is in their hands. How can we not go?" In the Prince Ding mansion, Han Mingxi was complaining to Yi Li about what happened to him yesterday. Yi Li smiled at his indignant expression and said, "Mingxi, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll apologize to you on their behalf. Is that not enough?" Han Mingxi glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, who was calmly drinking tea. He snorted and muttered, "What misunderstanding? Someone is clearly plotting against me." He clearly knew that Lin's people wanted to capture people, yet he still told him that he could go there to make a fortune. He clearly had bad intentions. He was also an idiot. He actually believed that Mo Xiaoyao would give him directions to make money. Mo Xiaoyao clearly only knew how to exploit him. Yi Li covered her mouth and laughed. "Mingxi, this is really a misunderstanding. I made the decision to hire Lin at the last minute. Even Prince doesn't know about it." Han Mingxi knew that Yi Li wouldn't lie to him about such a trivial matter, so he just snorted and admitted that he was unlucky. Mo Xiaoyao put down his teacup and looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Even so, didn't you also get quite a lot? What is there to complain about?" The people that Lei Tingfeng and the others sent in could be said to have helped them remove most of the traps in the Imperial Mausoleum. Later on, they entered the Prince Ding mansion without any obstacles. Naturally, Han Mingxi had also benefited a lot from this. Han Mingxi thought about the various treasures, antiques, gold, silver, and jewelry that he had just brought home from outside, and the anger in his heart subsided. He stared vigilantly at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "Those things are all mine. Don't even think about getting your hands on them." Mo Xiaoyao didn't comment. If he really wanted them, would he have to worry about not being able to get the things in Han Mingxi's hands? There was no need to argue with Han Mingxi in front of Li. Su Qingshun, who was sitting on the side and watching the show, saw that they had finished arguing. He smiled and said, "Lear, what do you plan to do with the people you captured?" Those people were all important figures in the various countries. It was because of this that it was troublesome to deal with them. Yili smiled and said, "What does Big Brother think?" Su Qingshun casually played with the beautiful jade at his waist. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't think Lear has any intention of doing anything to them. In the end, I'm afraid we'll have to let them go. The key is how we'll let them go, and how many benefits will we get?" Yili smiled and said, "It's good that Big Brother knows. We don't expect to get many benefits. This time, we're just planning to send these people out of the Northwest in one go. They've been in the Northwest for a long time." A look of understanding flashed across Su Qingshun's face. This time, they had made such a big move because they wanted to intimidate the powers in the Northwest and make them not dare to act rashly. He nodded and said, "I know. I'll tell father and second uncle when I get back." Yili nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother and uncle to negotiate with the various countries." Reporting to Wang Fei, Genom of Gojoseon has arrived. The guard outside the door reported. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao looked at each other and smiled. Mo Xiaoyao stood and said, "He came quickly. Li, let's go see Genom of Gojoseon." "It's better that I talk to Genom of Gojoseon personally." Yi Li also agreed. Although Genom of Gojoseon was only a prince, he was different from other people. He had the most direct influence on the Xiling, because the entire Xiling was under his control. This kind of person was naturally more difficult to deal with than the prince of the northern tribes or Prince Li of the Chu state. When the two of them arrived at the main hall, there was not a single person in the hall. Instead, there were sounds of fighting coming from outside. When they stepped out of the main hall, they saw two figures fighting in the courtyard. It was Genom of Gojoseon and Ling Taihan exchanging blows. It had already attracted the attention of many passers-by. When Ling Taihan fought, there was nothing wrong with him. If you lost an arm, he would give you a step back. If you lost an arm, it was because you didn't have the ability. Therefore, when he attacked, the power of his palms could topple mountains and overturn seas. Yili leaned against Mo Xiaoyao's side and watched the two fighting intensely. She asked softly, "If you were to fight with Ling Taihan, are you confident that you could win?" Mo Xiaoyao was focused on the situation in front of him. After a long time, he replied in a low voice, "No. Ling Taihan's aptitude, comprehension, and diligence are not lacking at all. He has been training hard all these years. If it weren't for these 10 years of injuries, I might be able to beat him. If it were now, I'm afraid I would be slightly inferior." Mo Xiaoyao's talent was indeed rare in the world. However, no matter how good his talent was, it could not withstand these 10 years of exhaustion. In fact, for Mo Xiaoyao to be able to maintain his martial arts to this level, it was already unknown how much sweat and hard work he had put in. Right now, Ling Taihan can be said to be the world's #1 expert without a doubt. Mo Xiaoyao sighed softly as he watched the two fight. "You're saying..." Yili was startled. Mo Xiaoyao continued, "Genom of Gojoseon is not Ling Taihan's opponent, and Mu Qingsong is even less so." Mo Xiaoyao also admitted that he was inferior to Ling Taihan. Ling Taihan was indeed the world's #1 expert without a doubt. As expected, in a situation where Ling Taihan did not show any mercy and Genom of Gojoseon was clearly not in his best condition, Genom of Gojoseon quickly began to show signs of defeat. However, Ling Taihan clearly did not have any intention of stopping and continued to relentlessly attack. Seeing this, Yili could not help but observe a moment of silence for Genom of Gojoseon. Her original intention of inviting Genom of Gojoseon to the Prince Ding mansion today was definitely not for Ling Taihan to teach him a lesson. She only wanted this matter to end quickly. Everything was just a coincidence. Ling Taihan is so ruthless no matter who he fights with? Yili asked with a frown. Thinking of the previously arranged match between Imo Xiaoyao and Ling Taihan, she could not help but feel a little worried. Imo Xiaoyao smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. Ignoring the sidelong glances of the onlookers, he laughed softly and said, Ling Taihan is not an idiot. If he really wants to fight me to the death, even if I end up worse off, he won't be any better off. The difference in strength between them was not to the point where Ling Taihan could one-sidedly suppress him. If he performed above his usual level, it would be hard to tell who would win. If Ling Taihan wanted to fight him to the death, it would only result in a lose-lose situation for both sides. Moreover, don't think that they are fighting so fiercely. Ling Taihan is not using his full strength, and Lei Jinting is also holding back. Yili pointed at Genom of Gojoseon, whose movements had clearly slowed down after being hit by a palm, and asked, Are you hinting that Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting have a personal grudge? Chapter 493. Imo Xiaoyao smiled, but did not speak. Ling Taihan had already lost interest in Lei Jinting's martial arts. If he didn't have a personal grudge, why would he attack when he heard that Lei Jinting had come to the Princeton mansion? When the show was almost over, Imo Xiaoyao thought that he couldn't let a guest of the Princeton mansion be killed in the mansion. He laughed loudly and said, Genom of Gojoseon, Pavilion Master Ling, since the sparring is almost over, why don't we all stop? Ling Taihan swept a glance over and then took a step back. He landed on the top of the wall and looked down at Genom of Gojoseon. Compared to Ling Taihan's elegance, Genom of Gojoseon appeared to be in a difficult situation. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He pressed one hand against his chest that had been hit by Ling Taihan's palm. His expression was heavy. He turned to look at Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao, who were watching from the side. He said in a heavy voice, Prince Ding, Princess Ding, what is the meaning of this? Yi Li took a step forward and said with a faint smile, Genom of Gojoseon, please forgive us. Pavilion Master Ling has been a guest at the Fu these days. Please forgive us for our lack of manners. Pavilion Master Ling, if you don't want to drink, why don't we have a cup of tea? Ling Taihan raised a fist in a salute to Yi Li. He laughed loudly and said, I was just passing by and saw Genom of Gojoseon come in. I was itching to spar. Please forgive me, Wang Fei. Yi Li nodded and smiled. Pavilion Master Ling, take care. Ling Taihan nodded at Imo Xiaoyao, then flew out of the front courtyard. After inviting Genom of Gojoseon into the main hall to take a seat, Yi Li looked at Genom of Gojoseon, who had an ugly expression on his face, and asked, Prince, do you need a doctor to come over and take a look? Genom of Gojoseon gave a light snort and wiped the blood from his lips. Many thanks, Wang Fei. It's just a small wound. Yi Li nodded. It seemed that the wound was not serious. Although Yi Li did not know why Ling Taihan would suddenly step in and start a feud with Genom of Gojoseon, she did not object to the current outcome. A Genom of Gojoseon with internal injuries was clearly more beneficial to their interests than a Genom of Gojoseon without any injuries. Letting the servant girls serve tea and leave, Genom of Gojoseon looked at Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. He asked straightforwardly, I heard that Go-er is a guest in the Wang Fu. Can he come out and meet us? Imo Xiaoyao's brows rose. His snow-white hair made his smile appear cold and emotionless. Guest? Li, have you invited Genom of Gojoseon to the Fu as a guest? Yi Li shook her head and gave a faint smile. I left the city the day before yesterday to inspect the Qilin station and only came back this morning. Why would I invite Genom of Gojoseon to be a guest? Hearing this, Genom of Gojoseon's heart sank. He also understood why Lei Tingfeng had silently fallen into Princess Ding's hands even though he had brought so many people with him. Qilin, the strongest troop under Princess Ding's command. No one had actually seen them before. The only thing they knew was their valiant battle record. Genom of Gojoseon frowned slightly. He took out the invitation he had received and asked, Then, what is the meaning of this invitation from Prince and Princess Consort? What is the purpose of inviting I to the Fu? Mo Xiaoyao leaned against the armrest and gave a faint smile. It's not a big deal. In a few days, I and Princess Consort will be inspecting the Northwest and will not be in Glass City. That's why I wanted to inform His Highness, so that there won't be any lack of hospitality. Jinim of Gojoseon looked down and thought for a while before smiling. I see. Actually, I and Quan have already left Xiling for almost 2 months. We have been busy with domestic affairs and had the intention to leave. It's just that Quan went out yesterday and did not return. I'm afraid we will have to trouble Prince and Princess Consort. Mo Xiaoyao promised generously. Jinim of Gojoseon, don't worry. As long as the Crown Prince is still in my Northwest territory, even if he hides in a hole, I can find him for you. Jinim of Gojoseon's heart sank. After talking for a long time, Mo Xiaoyao seemed to have promised, but in reality, he did not promise anything. He was captured by Mo Xiaoyao. This was something everyone knew. But as long as Mo Xiaoyao did not admit it, no one could do anything to him. Furthermore, he promised to search for Quan. He would search for him for 10 days to half a month, or even 3 to 5 years. The Princeton Mansion could afford this time, but Xiling and Jinnan Palace could not. Even though Tung Feng was not his only son, he was the only one with outstanding talent. No matter what, he could not fall into Mo Xiaoyao's hands. Raising his head, Jinim of Gojoseon said in a low voice, "My son is not sensible. If he has offended Prince and Princess Consort in any way, I will apologize on his behalf. I hope Prince Ding will be magnanimous." Saying this was showing weakness. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Prince, your words are too serious. I seem to remember, when Princess Li went out of the city yesterday, she encountered many mysterious people who suddenly appeared in the Northwest, so she ordered people to capture them." Princess Li? Yili smiled gently and nodded. "Yesterday, many people were captured. Zhuojing?" Zhuojing thought for a while and nodded. There was indeed someone who called himself Crown Prince Jinim of Gojoseon. But I am familiar with him, and am not familiar with Jinim of Gojoseon. Furthermore, Jinim of Gojoseon was staying in the courier station. Why would he go near Hangzhou? I thought he must be a swindler, so I ordered people to imprison him as well. Zhuojing's straightforward words, coupled with his cold, stern, and handsome face, immediately made him seem righteous, as if he was telling the truth. Everyone present was an expert at acting. Mo Xiaoyao sat up and reprimanded him softly. "Crown Prince Jinim of Gojoseon, how can you be so casual about such an important matter? Why aren't you going to investigate? Go and come back quickly." Zhuojing responded and immediately retreated to investigate. After Zhuojing's figure disappeared from the door, Mo Xiaoyao picked up his tea and took a sip. He smiled at Jinim of Gojoseon and said, "Prince, don't be anxious. Zhuojing is one of Princess Li's people. He is usually very reliable when it comes to handling matters. This was a moment of carelessness. I think we will be able to figure out the whole story very soon." How could Jinim of Gojoseon not see that Mo Xiaoyao was acting? But his son was in the hands of others, so naturally he would listen to whatever they said. He smiled faintly and said, "Then I will have to trouble Prince Ding." Zhuojing left quickly and returned quickly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhuojing reappeared at the door of the main hall. Stepping into the main hall, Zhuojing stepped forward and bowed to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao. He opened his mouth to ask for forgiveness. This subordinate has failed in his duty. "Please forgive me, Princess Consort and Prince. Just now, this subordinate went to the prison to investigate. That is indeed Crown Prince Jinim of Gojoseon." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said, "If that's the case, why don't you ask the Crown Prince to come out?" Zhuojing said awkwardly, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yili said. Zhuojing said, "After we capture those people, we will hand them over to young Master Feng-san." Young Master Feng-san said that he hates people who steal tombs and dig tombs the most. Young Master Feng-san said that according to the law, those who steal tombs should be flogged 100 times and exiled to the border. According to the law, those who steal tombs should be executed. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Therefore, young Master Feng San is unwilling to hand over the criminals to this subordinate. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Please forgive me, Princess Consort. Looking at Genom of Gojoseon, who was sitting on the side with a green face, Yili smiled apologetically and said, Feng San has participated in the drafting of the laws of Li City and the Northwest under the prince's orders. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean 3 times. It is inevitable that he is a bit slow in thinking. Please forgive me, Prince. She turned to Zhuijing and said, Ask Feng San to come over. There is no need to. This subordinate, Feng San, requests to see the prince consort. Before Yili finished speaking, Feng Xiao's voice came from outside the door. Young Master Feng San was still dressed in red. His elegant bearing made him look like a noble young master. Yili said, Feng San, is Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon in your hands? Feng Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. He leisurely waved the fan in his hand and said, Reporting to Princess Consort, this subordinate does not have any crown prince in my hands. This subordinate has come to report this matter to Princess Consort Prince. In this subordinate's opinion, these people are daring enough to steal tombs and should be executed. This subordinate suggests that these people be executed in public and their crimes announced to the world. Chapter 494. Genom of Gojoseon's expression was extremely ugly. If Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon was really beheaded for grave robbing, then Jinan Palace and the West Hill would really lose face. However, Feng Xiao still made it sound so dignified that no one could refute him, because grave robbing was indeed a crime, whether it was in the West Hill or in the Dechu state. But to put it bluntly, this crime was actually targeted at ordinary people and grave robbers. Even if the royal family dug up the tombs of the previous dynasty, who could do anything about it? But now that Lei Tingfeng was in the hands of Mo Xiuyao, this crime was something that no one could do anything about. Feng Xiao continued his impassioned speech. The Northwest has just been established, and the code of law is not complete yet. It should be punished severely as a warning to others. Moreover, grave robbing is a serious crime that ignores human ethics and disturbs the spirits of the dead. Although it is the imperial tomb of the previous dynasty, if it is not punished severely, it will inevitably give the impression that the Northwest has no human ethics. Prince, please reconsider. Genom of Gojoseon sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that he was going to fall today no matter what. He stood up and saluted Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao. My son acted recklessly and committed such a heinous crime. Prince Ding and Princess, please forgive him. The West Hill and Jinan Palace are willing to do all we can to compensate the Prince Ding mansion in the Northwest. Hearing this, Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It was a good thing that he was willing to admit defeat. In the end, the matter of Lei Tingfeng was satisfactorily resolved by Genom of Gojoseon's compromise, which included the signing of a 5-year truce agreement between the West Hill and the Mahist army, as well as the establishment of trade between the West Hill and the Northwest and the establishment of a direct trade route to the Western region. Furthermore, the West Hill would sell a certain amount of copper and iron ore to the Northwest at a low price every year as compensation for Lei Tingfeng's actions in the Northwest. After coming to the Northwest, it could be said that the South Guarding King didn't gain anything at all. Early the next morning, he left Glass City with Lei Tingfeng and returned to the Western Tomb. However, less than half of the troops that had originally come were left when they returned. Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao did not ask how the Crown Prince and 7th Prince of the Northern Tribes and the Chu State's King Li were going to negotiate, and left it to Su Qingshen and Su Hongyu to handle. Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao were very confident in the abilities of the two of them. Naturally, they were not worried that they would cause the Mo family army to suffer. After Genom of Gojoseon left, Ling Taihan and his sister, who were staying at the Prince Ding mansion, also left together. Although the sickly scholar, who had not recovered from his illness, still looked as pale as before, His breathing seemed to be much better than before. Ling Taihan and Lung Luyue still seemed to be strangely stiff, but that had nothing to do with Yili. In a few days, Su Qingshun and Su Hongyu had settled the remaining people. This time, the Mahist army had not only obtained numerous substantial benefits, but also made the nobles of the various countries understand a principle. Even if the Mahist army now only occupied less than 1/6 of the Dechu state's territory, they were still not to be offended. Ever since Imo Xiuyao announced that he was cutting ties with the Dechu state, the shaky balance between the various countries was once again maintained. Reporting to Wang Fei, Li Wang and Li Wang Fei have come to bid farewell to Wang Fei. After sending away a large group of troublesome people, Yili was free and played with Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao, who had been pregnant for almost 2 months, had become even more adorable. His white and chubby little face had 2 large black crystal eyes. Every time he looked at Yi Li with those watery eyes, she couldn't help but hug him and kiss him. Hearing Qing Wan's report, Yi Li sat up and raised an eyebrow as she asked, "Bid farewell to me?" How come she didn't know that in the eyes of outsiders she, the Princess Ding, was more important than Prince Ding? If it was because of her relationship with Ying, then from the beginning to the end, she and Ying had never had a sisterly relationship. Qing Wan nodded and said, "Li Wang Fei did say that." Prince and second young master Su left the city early in the morning. They probably won't be able to come back in time to send Li Wang off. Yili smiled. Mo Xiuyao clearly knew that Mo Jingli was leaving today. If he had the intention to send him off, he wouldn't have left the city. Thinking about it, Yili waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Li Wang and Wang Fei can wait in the reception pavilion." Qing Wan accepted the order and left. Yili changed her clothes before turning to leave. Before she walked out of the inner room, Mo Xiaobao, who was behind her, started to cry out. No one could understand what he was saying. Hearing the sound, Yili turned back to look. The little meatball was lying in his swaddling clothes. He reached out his little hand and smiled cutely at Yili. His little mouth kept babbling in a language that no one else could understand. Mother Lin smiled and said, "Little Shitsi is afraid that he can't bear to part with Wang Fei." Yili looked at Bao Bao's expression and felt very guilty. Bao Bao had been born for almost 2 months, but she didn't spend much time with him. Sometimes, not seeing him for 1 or 2 days was common. It was rare that Mo Xiaobao could still smile at her so intimately every time he saw her. Carefully carrying Bao Bao out of the cradle, Yili smiled gently and said, "Bao Bao, be good. Go out with Nyangqin, okay?" Although it was only the 8th month, the weather in the northwest was already cold. When Mother Lin heard that Yili wanted to carry Mo Xiaobao out, she hurriedly added a soft and warm blanket over him. She carefully reminded Yili not to let the little air catch a cold from the cold wind. Yili complied and carried Mo Xiaobao out of the room. Yili carried Mo Xiaobao into the parlor, but only saw Mo Jingli sitting in the parlor in a daze. Ying was nowhere to be seen. Yili frowned in displeasure. Calling the servant girl who was standing at the door, she asked, "Where did Li Wang Fei go?" The servant girl respectfully replied, "Reporting to Wang Fei, Li Wang Fei said that she wanted to go out for a walk and went to the garden. Nubi will go invite her over now." Yili nodded, but was stopped by Mo Jingli, who had stood up. "Wait a moment. There's no need to calling her. Yili, I have something to discuss with you alone." Yili turned to look at the man who was still looking at her with a cold and arrogant expression. She found it funny. Waving her hand to dismiss the servant girl, Yili stepped into the hall and asked, "What does Li Wang want to discuss with Ben Fei?" Mo Jingli frowned as he looked at Mo Xiaobao in Yi Li's arms and Wei Lin and Qing Yu, who were following behind Yili. He said in displeasure, "I want to discuss with you alone." Yili looked at him in confusion. "There are no outsiders right now. If you have something to say, just say it." Mo Jingli also understood that Yili would not be alone with him. He could only swallow his anger and sit back down. Yili sat down on the main seat and carefully placed Mo Xiaobao in her arms. She lightly touched his little hand, causing Mo Xiaobao to giggle and reveal a toothless smile. This warm scene between mother and son was an eyesore in Mo Jingli's eyes. He gave a soft snort and looked at Yili to say, I was wrong to break off the engagement. I apologize to you here. Yili stilled and looked in confusion at the solemn Mo Jingli. She turned to look at Wei Lin and Qing Yu. Was Mo Jingli's brain damaged? Wei Lin and Qing Yu also looked like they had seen a ghost. This was not the first day they knew Li Wang. If it was said that he would play some dirty tricks, they would believe it. But if it was said that he would apologize in person, no one had ever seen him do it before. Seeing the disbelieving expressions of the three, Mo Jingli's expression became even uglier. Yili was not in the mood to talk about the past with him. She just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. So she gave a faint smile and nodded, saying, It's already in the past. Li Wang does not need to mind it. Mo Jingli looked seriously at her and said, How can I not mind it? I've already investigated the matter in the past. It was Ying who deliberately ruined your reputation in order to enter Li Wang Fu. If it wasn't for this, you would be Li Wang Fei right now. Yili instantly felt speechless. At the same time, she felt that she was stupid to think that Mo Jingli would change after experiencing so many things in the past 2 years. Chapter 495. King Li, I think there's a problem that you have never thought of. If I am not willing to break off the engagement, do you really think that the engagement will be broken off so easily? That was the engagement that the late emperor had personally bestowed. How could it be broken off so easily? What do you mean? Mo Jingli looked at Yi Li with dissatisfaction. From Yi Li's words, he could naturally hear the disdain towards him. Yi Li gently hugged Mo Xiaobao and said with a faint smile, Nothing much. This consort just wants to tell your Highness King Li that what has happened has already happened. There are no ifs in this world, and there is nothing that should happen. If King Li does not have any other matters, then please leave. Prince is leaving the city for business this morning and will not be sending King Li and Princess Consort off. Mo Jingli unwillingly stared at Yi Li and said, You are I's Princess Consort. Yi Li raised her eyes and looked at him indifferently. Then what does your Highness want? You come with I, and I guarantee that you will become King Li's Princess Consort. Mo Jingli said. Yi Li calmly looked at Mo Jingli for a long time before she sneered in disdain. Sensing the disdain and contempt in Yi Li's laughter, Mo Jingli said with a bit of anger and embarrassment, What are you laughing at? Yi Li stopped smiling and calmly asked, Your Highness King Li, do you dare to take me away from Glass City? Hearing this, Mo Jingli's expression changed. She quickly glanced at Wei Lin, who was standing behind Yi Li, and her face turned green and white. Yi Li leisurely leaned back in the chair and hugged Mo Xiaobao while teasing him. She said with a smile, What does King Li mean by saying this? Or is it that King Li's courage and daring have reached the point where you dare to steal Princess Ding in the Northwest? If it is really like this, then this consort will have a whole new level of respect for you. But even if it is like this, why should this consort go with you? Princess Li? Does this consort care if it's very valuable? Mo Jingli clenched his fists tightly and stared at Yi Li. Is Mo Xiaoyao that good to you? You'd rather follow him regardless of everything? He's just using you. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, Xiaoyao is naturally good to me. Who in the world doesn't know that I am his only wife, that I am in charge of the Prince Ding mansion and half of the Maist army, and that I am in charge of the most mysterious and elite Qilin in the world? These, can you give them to me? Do you dare to give it to me? Could it be that Prince Li doesn't want to use me? Don't you want a Yinzhou, Su clan behind me? Don't you want my Qilin? Having been mercilessly exposed, Mo Jingli's expression turned ugly. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, The Mahist army can be said to be the enemy of the entire world. Yi Li, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful, Yi Li said indifferently. This consort appreciates Prince Li's kindness. Prince Li has also waited for a long time. The two of you should leave as soon as possible. This consort won't see you off. Everyone turned their eyes to the door. Ying had appeared at the door at some point and was staring at them with a strange expression. Mo Jingli's face flashed with a trace of uneasiness. He stood up and said, Ying, when did you come back? Ying stared at him for a long time before saying indifferently, "Just now. Your Highness, now that you've said your goodbyes to third sister, shouldn't we set off now?" Mo Jingli looked at Yi Li with some reluctance, but saw that Yi Li was playing with the baby in her arms. He nodded and said, "Let's go." Without saying goodbye to Yi Li, he walked past Ying and left. Ying looked back at Yi Li and said with a complicated expression, "Third sister, goodbye." Yi Li nodded and said quietly, "I won't see you off." After Ying walked out of the door, Yi Li sighed softly. Qing Yu, who was serving beside her, comforted her softly. Princely has always been self-righteous. Why should Princess be angry with him? Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm not angry with him. I'm just a little emotional." When Ying was still in the boudoir, she was so proud and spoiled. But now, actually, when Mo Jingli said that Yi Li would become Prince Li's Di Fei, Ying was already outside the door. If it was in the past, Ying would have cried and made a fuss. But now, when faced with this kind of problem, Ying had learned to remain silent. It seemed that there was no one in this world who would never change. Qing Yu said with a smile, "In the past, fourth young miss was the daughter of the minister, the younger sister of the Jowie. She was also a famous beauty in the capital. Naturally, she was insufferably arrogant. Moreover, Princely was only an ordinary prince at that time. But now, Princely occupies half of the most prosperous part of the Chu state and is on par with the emperor. The Yi family has long declined. How could fourth young miss dare to make a fuss with Princely? The Princely of today is no longer the Princely of the past who always favors fourth young Mississippi." Yi Li smiled. "Wasn't that so? Mo Jingli even brought Princess Shi Xia to the northwest." It could be seen that Yi Ying's position in his heart was just so. If it wasn't for her relationship with Yi Ying and the fact that she gave birth to a son for Mo Jingli, she would have been thrown to some corner by Mo Jingli. After the various countries' envoys left, Glass City gradually regained its peace. But at the same time, many merchants came to Glass City and even the entire Northwest to settle down. Many of the citizens who had fled to the Great Pass to escape the disaster of war gradually moved back. The entire Northwest, under the efforts of the Prince Ding Mansion, did not become chaotic because of the sudden announcement of breaking off relations with the Chu state. Instead, it gradually got on the right track. When Yi Li finally let out a sigh of relief, Su Qingze and Qin Zhang's wedding date finally arrived. Although Su Qingze was the first person in the Su family to get married in this generation, the Su family, from Mr. Qingyan to Su Qingze and Qin Zheng, emphasized that the wedding should be simple. Qin Zheng became General Zhang Qilan's godfather and got married from General Zhang's residence. For Qin Zhang's wedding, Murong Ting, who was originally far away in the Chu state, also left Ling Haoyu and hurried over, just in time for Qin Zhang's wedding. In General Zhang's residence, in the boudoir specially prepared for Qin Zheng, Yi Li and Murong Ting looked at Qin Zheng, who had just changed into a bright red wedding dress and looked particularly beautiful and dazzling. Murong Ting pulled Qin Zheng and praised, "Fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, I would have missed Zheng Er's beautiful and moving moment. I'm really moved. I'm afraid that second young master Su, that blockhead, will be dumbfounded." Murong. Qin Zheng blushed and glared at Murong Ting coquettishly. The red wedding dress made her look even more delicate than flowers. For Su Qingze and Qin Zhang's wedding, Yi Li, who usually wore plain clothes, also changed into a bright yellow dress embroidered with hibiscus branches. Standing in front of Qin Zheng, she looked at her and nodded with a smile. Murong is right. Indeed, people are more delicate than flowers. Second brother is really lucky to be able to marry Sister Zheng. Qin Zheng looked at the two of them helplessly and said unwillingly, "Li Er, even you are teasing me." Yi Li quickly covered her mouth and laughed. "I don't dare. After today, Zheng will be my second sister-in-law. How would I dare to tease second sister-in-law? Isn't that right, sister-in-law?" There was a burst of cheerful laughter in the boudoir. Murong Ting turned around and took out a large sandalwood box from her luggage and handed it to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng looked at her in confusion. "This is?" Murong Ting said. "Before I left, Madame Qin sent someone to send it over. She said that she left in a hurry and didn't do anything. She didn't even give you a dowry. Madame Qin and Lord Qin personally arranged these. They said that they were your dowry. The originally joyful atmosphere in the boudoir gradually faded. Qin Zheng held the box, and tears immediately fell. Murong Ting immediately panicked and hurriedly took out her handkerchief to wipe Qin Zheng's tears. That today is your good day. How can you cry? I didn't want to make you cry. Leah, unable to persuade Qin Zheng, Murong Ting could only look helplessly at Yili. She really didn't want to make Qin Zheng cry, but the dowry from the Qin family must be handed over to Zheng before the ceremony. Chapter 496. Yili walked to Qin Zheng's side and sat down. She patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Sister Zheng, don't ruin your makeup. Lord Qin and Madame Qin want Murong to send the dowry from afar. It's their love. You should be happy. Qin Zheng nodded repeatedly, but how could her tears be stopped so easily? Yili sighed and patted Qin Zheng. Forget it. If you want to cry, cry to your heart's content. After you're done crying, we'll put on more beautiful makeup. But don't cry until your eyes are swollen. It'll be terrible if you scare my second brother. Hearing Yili's comforting words, Murong Ting couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glared at Yili and said, Li, are you comforting Zheng or telling a joke? Even Qin Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Her beautiful face was a bit embarrassed. In front of Yili and Murong Ting, Qin Zheng carefully opened the box that represented her parents' intentions. Lord Qin and Madame Qin were very thoughtful. The main thing was that the mountain was high and the road was long. Murong Ting couldn't bring too many things, so the most in the box was banknotes. In addition to 2 banknotes worth 10,000 taels, there were nearly 1,000 taels of banknotes and silver fragments. In addition, there were 3 small boxes full of all kinds of jewelry. With these, even if Qin Zheng didn't do anything, it was enough for her to have enough clothes and food for the rest of her life. Qin Zheng hugged the box, her clear eyes filled with tears. She said softly, Father and Mother have done so much for me. Unfortunately, I'm unfilial. Even getting married, silly. As long as you're well, Uncle Qin and Annie will naturally be at ease. One day, the family will be reunited. Yili said. Murong Ting nodded and said, That's right. After your wedding, I still have to return to the capital. At that time, write a letter, and I'll help you bring it back to Uncle Qin and Annie Qin. Don't worry, we will naturally take care of the 2 elders in the capital. Qin Zheng nodded and wiped her tears. She said with some shame, Thank you, Li and Murong Ting. Murong Ting smiled and said, What are you thanking us for? Aren't we friends? Yili laughed and said, All right, Hero and Murong, your friend is about to go overboard. Go and add these things to the dowry list. Just say that it's a dowry from Zheng Er's parents. Qin Zheng's dowry was prepared by the general's mansion. Yi Li and the Prince Ding mansion had also sent a lot of dowry, which was not thin. But in the end, the dowry given by the biological parents had a different meaning. Mu Rongting had just made Qin Zheng cry and was eager to have something for her to do. She took the list from Yi Li and hurriedly turned to do it. The 2 of them smiled as they watched Mu Rongting leave happily. They couldn't help but smile at each other. The sadness and sadness from before had also faded a lot. The groom is here to escort the bride. The bride is going out. The bridesmaid's joyful voice came from outside the door. Yi Li lowered her head to check Qin Zheng's makeup. She personally took the red veil and covered Qin Zheng with it. Zheng, I wish you happiness. Thank you, Qin Zheng said softly. After Qin Zheng and Su Qing's wedding, Glass City seemed to have completely calmed down. In the outside world, no matter how much the northern militants Yelu Hong and Yelu Yi fought openly and secretly, or how Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli were at odds on the surface, or how Genom of Gojoseon's seemingly stable rule and the Emperor of Shiling's clan were restless, it did not affect the peace of the Northwest. With the protection of hundreds of thousands of Mahist army and Prince Ding appointing Su Qingxin and a group of talented young people to reform, The citizens of the Northwest felt incomparably peaceful and happy under the protection of the Prince Ding mansion. If they had been worried about their fate after breaking off relations with the Dechu state, most of them would not be willing to return to the Dechu state now. In the hearts of the citizens, Prince Ding and Princess Ding, who could let them live a peaceful and worry-free life, were the ones they truly supported. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Inside the Prince Ding mansion, a small child wearing an ink-colored brocade robe with a dragon pattern embroidered with silver threads was walking slowly along the corridor. Although his white and tender little face tried to make a solemn expression, it was still so adorable that people could not help but want to reach out and pinch him. The child had a pair of beautiful eyes that were like black pearls. Coupled with his solemn expression that was like a little adult's, it was as exquisite as snow and jade. At such a young age, he already revealed a stunning elegance and handsomeness. The people following behind him were all frowning as they looked at the little master in front of them. They looked like they wanted to persuade him, but did not dare to open their mouths. As if he felt the resentment behind him, the child turned his head and glanced at the people following behind him. He snorted disdainfully and said, "This prince said that you don't need to follow me." What? This prince's words are not effective? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but cry in their hearts. "Little prince, where did you learn this tone of voice from? It's very scary, isn't it?" "That, prince, the prince instructed you to copy the biography of Prince Ding 10 times. The prince wants to check it when he comes back." The attendant quickly reminded him. The child squinted his round eyes and said calmly, "I understand. You can leave now. I'm going to pay my respects to my mother." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with this matter. It was impossible to not let the little prince pay respects to the princess. No one could say that the little prince was filial to his mother. But if they let the little prince go, the little prince would most likely refuse to do the homework that the prince had given them. When the prince came back, they would be the unlucky ones. "Oomph." The little prince snorted heavily. He knew that his lord father did not have good intentions in arranging so many people by his side. Mother was his. How could that old man snatch her away just because he wanted to? The little prince glanced disdainfully at the attendants. He flung his sleeves and walked briskly towards his mother. In the study, Yili sat behind the desk and seriously looked at the booklet that had just been presented to her. 5 years of time did not leave too many traces on her body. Compared to 5 years ago, she was now in her 20s. The experience of being in a position of power made her more dazzling and graceful. Yili closed the booklet in her hands and looked up at Qin Feng, who was standing in front of her. She asked, "The changes and reorganization of the Mahist army are almost complete. How is Qi Lin?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Princess Consort, please do not worry. Now, Qi Lin has a total of 2,000 soldiers under his command. Every one of them is the best of the best, carefully selected and cultivated." Yili smiled and said, "Elites are not made just by words. The Northwest has been too peaceful these past few years. The Mahist army has just been reorganized. In the past few years, there have been many new soldiers who have never been on the battlefield. I'm just afraid that the strength of the Mahist army will decrease instead of increase." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Princess Consort worries too much. Even though the new soldiers have never been on the battlefield, the prince and the generals have been strictly trained and have never slacked off. As for the problem of experience, they will be able to adapt after going on the battlefield once or twice." Yili nodded and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had followed Yi Li for many years and had some understanding of the changes in Yi Li's expressions. He asked curiously, "Does Princess Consort have any ideas?" Yili tapped her index finger and nodded. She said in a low voice, "I do have some ideas, but whether they can be implemented or not is debatable." Qin Feng respectfully said, "This subordinate is willing to hear the details." Chapter 497. Yili pursed her lips into a smile and said, "To prevent the soldiers from not being on the battlefield for too long and becoming rusty, how about we have a military drill?" "Military drill?" Qin Feng said with some curiosity. Although it sounded very strange, he could understand the meaning of Princess Consort's word from her words. In reality, every country had some drills when training their armies. For example, navy drills, troop formations, and various military drills. But Qin Feng felt that Wang Fei would give a more interesting method. Yili nodded. She smiled as she thought, "That's right. Qin Feng, go back and see which place in the northwest is suitable for this kind of large-scale drill." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Do you need a big place?" The newly built Mahist Army drill, 50 li outside of Li City, should be big enough. Yili shook her head and said with a smile, "I don't want that kind of place. I want a battlefield." Battlefield? Qin Feng was shocked. Wang Fei's meaning is? Yili nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, the terrain is complex and the territory is vast. It is a place that can support a true battle. I want a joint drill with many different types of soldiers. Not just the Mahist army, but also the Black Cloud cavalry. Even Qi Lin must participate." Qin Feng imagined the scene that Yili described in his mind and suddenly felt his blood boil. He immediately responded in a clear voice, "Wang Fei, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely find a suitable place." Yili nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Go and do your work. I will discuss this matter with the prince later. Before this, keep it a secret." This subordinate obeys. Qin Feng's handsome face was filled with an excited smile. He really had been too idle these past few years. Even though the drill was not a true battlefield, Qin Feng felt it was very interesting to hear Wang Fei's words. "Mu Fei." There was the sound of a child's light footsteps and a soft call from outside the door. The smile on Yi Li's face became even gentler. As soon as she raised her head, she saw her baby walk in with an aggrieved expression, looking at her pitifully. Qin Feng, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth and retreated to the side. "Greetings, Your Highness." Mo Xiaobao noticed that there were outsiders in the study, and his aggrieved expression froze. Yili smiled and said, "Baby, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaobao directly ignored Qin Feng, turned around the large desk, and threw himself into Yi Li's arms. His little face rubbed against Yi Li's body. "Mu Fei, I'm not called Bao Bao. Chener has grown up." Yili reached out to pick up Mo Xiaobao and let him sit in her embrace. She raised her hand to tap his little head and said with a smile, "Okay, sorry, Mu Fei forgot again." Why did Chener come to find Mu Fei? It had to be said, the ability to imperceptibly influence others was very scary. When Mo Xiaobao was just born, Yili still remembered to call him Mo Xiaobao's full name in the future. Otherwise, if his nickname was spread too widely, her son would feel embarrassed. It was a pity that before Mo Xiaobao had the ability to protest, Mo Xiaoyao had spread his son's nickname to the entire Mahist army. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Xiaobao's name had caused quite a stir, everyone would have thought that the Prince Ding Mansion Shizi was named Mo Xiaobao. Mo Xiaobao rubbed against his mother's arms in satisfaction, smelling the faint fragrance on his mother's body. He blinked his large eyes and said, "This child has come to accompany Nyangqin for lunch." Yili looked outside to see the color of the sky, and then turned her head to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng lowered his head and coughed lightly. Resisting the urge to laugh, he said, replying to Wang Fei, "It's just past Sishi." Yili looked down at Mo Xiaobao and raised her eyebrows. "What bad thing did you do?" Mo Xiaobao pouted his small mouth and pitifully raised his small hand in front of Yili. "Nyangqin, this child's hand hurts." Yili was helpless. "What did your Fuwang ask you to do?" Fuwang asked this child to copy Prince Ding's biography 10 times. "If I don't finish it, I'm not allowed to eat lunch." Woo! Chener's hand is going to be crippled. The biography of Prince Ding in the history of Chu has a total of 8 chapters. Each chapter has at least 2,000 to 3,000 words. In total, there are nearly 20,000 words. If he wrote it 10 times, it would be more than 200,000 words. Mo Xiaobao trembled and tightly held onto his mother. Even if he was beaten to death, he can't write it. His hand will be crippled. So he took advantage of Fu Wang's absence to run to his mother for help. The last sentence of not being allowed to eat lunch was definitely added by him. Yili, who knew her son's moral character, helplessly smiled. However, she still had some complaints about Imo Xiaoyao punishing her son to copy so many things. Imo Xiaobao was not yet 5 years old. He couldn't even hold a brush steadily. More than 200,000 words. Even an ordinary person would need a lot of time to copy, let alone a child who couldn't even recognize all the words. After thinking about it, Yili said, then change it to copying Ding Ming Wang's biography. Ding Ming Wang was the first-generation Prince Ding, Imo Lan Yun, who was posthumously titled Ming. Seeing the joy in Imo Xiaobao's eyes, Yili unhurriedly added, after you finish writing, you must be able to read all the words. When your father comes back, go and read it in front of him. Do you understand? Imo Xiaobao blinked his eyes, but when he saw the unchanging expression in his mother's eyes, he could only reluctantly agree. From 8 chapters 10 times to 1 chapter 1 time, it was already good enough. He obediently nestled into Yi Li's arms. This child understands. Good child. Yi Li rubbed her son's small head and smiled. Imo Xiaobao immediately smiled and nodded, saying, this child is the most obedient. This child loves mother the most. Yi Li lowered her head and kissed his forehead. She smiled and said, mother also loves Chun'er the most. Standing to the side and watching the interaction between mother and son, Qin Feng inwardly shook his head. Little Shitsi, every time the prince wasn't here, you would pretend to be pitiful and get close to Wang Fei. When the prince came back, you would be chased away and punished again. Was there any meaning? The prince has returned. The sound of a maid greeting came from outside the door. Qin Feng glanced at little Shitsi, who was still in Wang Fei's arms, and quickly left. Wang Fei, subordinate, will leave first. Yili nodded and said, go. Imo Xiaoyao stepped into the room and saw his son sitting in Yi Li's arms like a well-behaved child. He unconsciously frowned. She was dressed in white and had a head of snow-white silver hair, which made her seem cold and aloof. However, when he saw his wife sitting behind the desk, his slightly cold eyes became a little warmer. Lily, what are you talking about? Yili patted Imo Xiaobao and raised her head with a smile, replying, nothing, Chun'er just came to greet me. Imo Xiaobao unwillingly came down from his mother's arms and walked forward to greet his father. This son greets Fuwang. Imo Xiaoyao looked down at him for a moment and then bent down to pick him up, so he was at eye level. Come to greet your mother? Xiaobao is really filial. Fuwang is very gratified. Being held in his father's arms, Imo Xiaobao immediately struggled. But with his little strength, he couldn't break free from Imo Xiaoyao's hands. Imo Xiaoyao held him in his arms. Imo Xiaobao used all his strength, and his face was red, but he couldn't move those iron-like arms. Chun'er, what's wrong? With Imo Xiaoyao blocking her view, Yili didn't see her son struggle. She just found it strange that her son, who always liked to jump into her arms, was blushing in Imo Xiaoyao's arms. Imo Xiaoyao looked lovingly at his son and said with a smile, it seems that Xiaobao already knows how to be shy. He has grown up. Chapter 498. Yili raised an eyebrow. Was it like this? Imo Xiaobao knew that he could not shake his father's power and could only pretend to be shy as he lay in his father's arms, confirming Imo Xiaoyao's words. Imo Xiaoyao carried Imo Xiaobao and sat down beside Yili. Yili got up and poured a cup of tea for him, asking, how is the army camp outside the city? Imo Xiaoyao took a sip of the tea, saying, there are no problems. The hard work of these years has not been wasted. I saw Qin Feng leave in a hurry. Did Lili tell him something? Yili nodded, telling Imo Xiaoyao the idea she had told Qin Feng. Imo Xiaoyao was very interested in this idea. Military drill? Lili's ideas are always very strange. Compared to those exercises that are just for show, this idea is indeed much more interesting. Yili nodded with a smile. This method doesn't just test the normal soldiers, it also tests the commanding generals. Didn't we specially select a group of young generals to teach them these few years? We need to see how effective it is If we get a group of armchair commanders, it's better to just throw them into the battlefield and kill them. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, saying, "This is very good. Li Li, write down the plan, and I'll look at it later, then let people prepare it. But since it's a war between two armies, there will definitely be a supreme commander. Does Li Li have any ideas in mind? Who will lead the army?" Yili nodded with a smile, saying, "I've thought about it. How about you personally lead one army?" Mo Xiaoyao was startled, putting down the teacup and looking at Yili, asking, "Then what about the other side?" Yili pursed her lips into a smile, saying, "I'll lead the other side. General Zhang and General Liu are both old generals. They will be the observers and judges. Also, it's just in case." Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Yi Li's plan, saying, "Good. They all say that Li Li is a genius. I also want to see how Li leads the army." Hearing this, Yi Li could only helplessly smile. In terms of talent, who in the world could compare to Mo Xiaoyao? Not to mention a dabbler like her. But she would not arrange a one-sided drill. At least, it would be interesting if both sides were balanced, right? Mo Xiaobao sat in his father's arms, listening to his father and mother talking. Even though he did not understand, he still quietly listened. From time to time, he blinked his big eyes. In Yi Li's eyes, he was extremely adorable. She reached out to Mo Xiaoyao and said, "Give me Chun-Er." Mo Xiaobao was overjoyed, quickly reaching out his small hands to his mother. Mo Xiaoyao slightly moved to the side, letting Mo Xiaobao be further away from his mother. He said to Yi Li, "He's already 5 years old. He's not light. Be careful not to tire you. Moreover, it's not good for a child to always be carried by others. I haven't been carried by anyone since I was 2 years old." Yi Li could only helplessly look at her son. Mo Xiaobao gritted his teeth in his heart. Mo Xiaoyao casually said, "When we returned to the city, we went outside the city to pay a visit to Mr. Qingyun. Mr. Qingyun said that Mo Xiaobao is already 5 years old. He could be enlightened." Yi Li blinked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't we enlighten Chun-Er already? Even though her own child was not yet 5 years old. But he had already learned most of the children's books in the 1,000-character classic. In Yi Li's previous life, when she was 5 years old, she was still playing games with the teacher in kindergarten and learning A and B. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look at his son's well-intentioned smile, but Mo Xiaobao only felt a cold wind blowing over his head. "Li, you're a girl, so the Su family's teachings were not strict. But you can ask the young masters of the Su family, which one of them didn't learn to read at the age of 2 or 3 and should have started formal school at the age of 4 or 5. If not, how could the people of the Su family all pass the imperial examinations before the age of 20? You have to know, it's already very rare for an ordinary person to pass the imperial examinations at the age of 24 or 25. Since Xiaobao is the heir of the Prince Ding mansion, he will have to bear more responsibilities in the future than others. If we're too lenient with him, we'll be harming him." Yi Li was speechless. Was this considered not letting the child lose at the starting line? Who said that the children in her previous life and modern life had it hard? The children of the Su family were the ones who really had it hard. When Mo Xiaoyao mentioned it, Yi Li also realized that the descendants of the Su family all passed the imperial examinations before the age of 20. For example, the eldest brother, Su Qingshun, passed the imperial examinations at the age of 14. Didn't he have to start learning at the age of 2 or 3? Looking at her son with some reluctance, Yi Li sighed softly and said, "I only hope that Chun-Er can have a happy and worry-free childhood." Childhood? What was that? Why did his son have something he didn't have? Mo Xiaoyao's heart was filled with jealousy, but he still smiled gently. In today's world, it's better for Xiaobao to be mature early than for him to be ignorant when we can't protect him in the future, isn't it? Moreover, with Master Qingyun personally teaching him, are you still worried? Although Master Qingyun is strict with his children and grandchildren, he dotes on Xiaobao the most. Are you still afraid that he'll be tired? Yi Li thought about it and agreed. If Master Qingyun was the second most doted on Xiaobao in the whole Northwest, no one would dare to be the first. Even Master Qingyun's great-grandson, Su Qingze, and Qin Zheng's 4-year-old son, Su Jirue, had to stand aside. Well, Chen when you go to Taigong, you have to be obedient, okay? Mother will go to see you every other day, okay? Xiaobao listlessly crawled in Mo Xiuyao's arms, and in his heart, he despised his despicable father. Don't you just want to drive me out? Humph! When this young master grows up, let's see what you old man can use to snatch Mother from me. Mother! Oh, you have to wait for Chun, or to grow up. Chun will definitely snatch you back. Xiaobao took his usual luggage and sadly went to Taigong, who doted on him the most. Although he lost the battle to fight for his mother again, Xiaobao firmly believed that it was because he was still too young and his father used force to bully him. Moreover, he secretly made up his mind that since the old man shamelessly bullied the young, then when he grew up, he wouldn't mind bullying the old man as the young. After sending Xiaobao to the newly built Lishan Academy not far from Li City, Yili didn't feel good when she saw her son standing next to Master Qingyun and looking at her pitifully. Speaking of which, as a mother, she was really too irresponsible. Fortunately, Xiaobao was close to her since he was young. Yili thought about it. In the future, it would be best to come and see her son every day and then make some pastries that he liked to eat and send them over. When Xiaobao was a little older and didn't have to worry about going back and forth every day, she would let him go back to the Princeton mansion every day. It wasn't good for a child to not see his parents all the time. Li, didn't you say that you would come and see Xiaobao every other day? Master Qingyun will teach him well, don't worry. Mo Xiuyao hugged Yi Li and comforted her softly. I will double the number of shadow guards in Lishan Academy, and Qi Lin has a team stationed nearby. You don't have to worry about Xiaobao's safety. Yi Li sighed helplessly. She really didn't understand why Mo Xiuyao was so against Xiaobao. Every time he saw Xiaobao sticking to her side, he would definitely torment the child. Although she knew that Mo Xiuyao knew his limits and wouldn't really hurt Xiaobao, Yili was still speechless when she saw Xiaobao's red and pitiful face every time he was bullied. Xiuyao, do you really hate Chen that much? Chapter 499. Mo Xiuyao looked innocently at Yi Li and smiled. Xiaobao is my son. How could I dislike him? Li, I'm doing this for the sake of Xiaobao's future. Everyone says that a strict teacher produces a brilliant disciple, and a good rod produces a filial son. If you don't be strict with Xiaobao, when he grows up to be like the brothers Mo Jingqi and Mo Jingli, won't you be sad to death? Yili looked at him speechlessly. After a while, she said, Prince Xiaobao grew up being played by father and big brother. Mo Xiuyao smiled, but didn't say anything. His father was so busy in the past that he didn't have the time to care about them. Big brother was really strict with him. In comparison, Mo Xiuyao didn't think that he was too strict with Xiaobao. Compared to when I was 5 years old and had to wake up before the sun rose to practice martial arts, Xiaobao, you should be satisfied. And I really am a loving father. With this comparison, Prince Ding felt that he was very loving to his son, and that it was Li Li who spoiled him too much that she had a problem with it. It was wrong for parents to spoil their children. The two walked down the mountain hand in hand and bumped into Su Qingchun, who was coming up from the bottom of the mountain. Young Master Qingchun, who was nearing his prime, was dressed in a white robe. Compared to before, he looked more mature and elegant. Although eldest Anne already had a grandson in the past few years, she was even more anxious about Big Brother's marriage. However, Big Brother didn't seem to care at all. She had never heard of him looking at any girl differently. It was normal for him to be unwilling to get married early. In the Su family, other than Su Qingze, who had been engaged since young, the others hadn't married yet. However, it was strange for him to be completely unmoved. Sometimes, even Yili thought that her cousin, who was exceptionally outstanding in all aspects, was preparing to become an immortal. Big Brother, you're here to pay respects to grandfather? Yili greeted first. Su Qingchun looked at the two of them holding hands, and a teasing smile appeared on her lips. Unfortunately, Mo Xiuyao's skin was thicker than he had imagined. He held Yi Li's hand without changing his expression. Su Qingchun shook his head helplessly. He raised his hand and waved a purple gold scroll with complicated patterns on it. He said, "There is a matter. I heard that the prince and Wang Fei are not preparing to return to the city in the next 2 days, so I have to come personally. Fortunately, we met here." Yili looked at Mo Xiaoyao suspiciously. How come she didn't know that they wouldn't be returning to the city for the next 2 days? Mo Xiaoyao's expression did not change as he looked at the booklet in Su Qingqian's hand. "From Nanzhao. How did you know?" Yili asked curiously. Mo Xiaoyao pointed at the flourishing patterns on the booklet. "That is the pattern used by the Nanzhao Imperial House." Yili frowned as she thought back. She seemed to have seen this pattern in Nanzhao before. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her ignorance. Yili took the booklet and asked, "Is Big Brother coming down the mountain with us, or going to pay respect to Grandfather first?" Su Qingqian shook his head and sighed. "I just saw Grandfather yesterday. The old man is angry and doesn't want to see me. Let's go down the mountain together." Yili was slightly shocked. Big Brother was the most outstanding member of the Su family. Supposedly, he was Grandfather's favorite grandson. How could Grandfather be so angry that he was unwilling to see him? Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "It's probably because eldest young Master Su is too picky about marriage and has caused the heavens to be angry. Even Mr. Qing Yun, with his good upbringing, can't stand it." Su Qingqian glanced coolly at Mo Xiaoyao. Speaking of angering the heavens, was there anyone more outrageous than Prince Ding? He didn't do what he should, but insisted on doing what he shouldn't. It was one thing to throw his son to Grandfather, but he actually wanted to sneak away with Li Er. If he hadn't gotten the news quickly, a certain person would have taken Li Er to God knows where to roam. Speaking of which, it's time for Big Brother to get married. Eldest Aunt has told me many times. It's a pity that Big Brother doesn't like the young ladies of the Northwest. Who knows how many young ladies' hearts have been broken? As Yili joked, she casually flipped open the purple gold booklet. She couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoyao asked with concern. Yili waved the booklet and glanced at Su Qingqian. "Princess Anxi is getting married. She's invited us to attend the wedding in Nanzhao." Mo Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. Princess Anxi is already 24 years old. Even in Nanzhao, she should have gotten married long ago. What's so strange about it? Yili nodded in agreement. Ever since Princess Anxi left after staying in Glass City for a few days 5 years ago, Yili knew that there was no hope for her and Su Qingqian. Yili still remembered that day when she personally sent Princess Anxi out of the city. Looking at Princess Anxi's back as she left, even she couldn't help but want to beat Su Qingqian up. But in the end, she also understood that she couldn't blame Su Qingqian. When it came to matters of the heart, it was always up to people to decide. Mo Xiaoyao took the booklet and flipped through it. As expected, it was a letter of credence from Nanzhao. "It's still early. The wedding date is set for July. If the journey is fast, we can still make it in early July." After reading it, he was no longer interested. He casually returned the booklet to Su Qingqian and smiled. "I'll have to trouble Big Brother to take care of these matters." A few days ago, Qing Bai and Qing Yan wrote a letter saying that the wheat in the north is growing exceptionally well this year. Right now is the time for the ears to bloom. "Why don't I go take a look?" Yili finally understood. No wonder Big Brother said that if he came late, he wouldn't be able to find her. It turned out that Mo Xiaoyao had sent Xiaobao to Grandfather's place because he wanted to take her out with him. Su Qingqian closed the booklet and looked calmly at Mo Xiaoyao. "Prince, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far in the short term." "Why?" Mo Xiaoyao was displeased. His snow-white hair fluttered in the breeze. "I have worked hard these few years. It wasn't easy to raise Mo Xiaobao. It wasn't easy to settle the matters in the Northwest. Can't I rest?" Hearing this, Yi Li and Su Qingqian both looked at him with disdain. He actually had the nerve to say that he raised Mo Xiaobao. If he didn't torment Mo Xiaobao from time to time, it would have been easier for him to grow up. Su Qingqian smiled calmly. Reporting to Prince, in another 10 days, it will be the first time the Northwest will hold a competition to select talents. We have prepared for 4 whole years. We can't possibly not have Prince present for the first time, right? At that time, it will give people the impression that we don't care about the world students. Or is it that Prince has the confidence to rush back from Fourth Brother's place in 10 days? In addition, even if this matter didn't happen, Father has already told me about the tax reform plan for the Northwest region that he submitted the day before yesterday. He wanted me to ask His Highness if there was anything wrong with it that caused His Highness to delay in replying. Also, the annual Glass City Chamber of Commerce is about to start. Merchants from various countries have already started to arrive in Glass City. Prince Mo Xiaoyao looked dumbfounded at Su Qingshun, who seemed to have endless things to say. He couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. He simply wanted to go up and grab Su Qingshun's collar and shake him. Didn't I leave all the matters in the Northwest to you guys to handle? Why are there still so many things that I have to personally handle? Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's ashen face, Yili couldn't help but cover her mouth and secretly laugh. She gave Mo Xiaoyao a helpless look. It's not that I don't want to go out with you to play, but you don't have time to go out and play. In fact, the reason why there were so many things, there was definitely a part of it that Su Qingshun did it on purpose. Perhaps he learned the lesson of riding a tiger and not being able to back down after so many years of the Su family. Although the Su family had Mo Xiaoyao's deep trust, they had always carefully avoided matters of power. Other than Su Qingfeng, the other members of the Su family never asked about the military affairs of the Mahist army. Although they relied heavily on Su Hongyan, Su Hongyu, and Su Qingshun, they rarely participated in matters that would make them famous. Otherwise, they would use Mo Xiaoyao as a cover and push all the credit and reputation to Prince Mo Xiaoyao. Su Hongyu even asked Master Qingyun to set a new family rule. In the future, the children of the Su family who became officials would have to retire at the age of 58. In order to prevent Lishan Academy from being the only one in power, Su Hongyan had done his best to support and build several academies in the Northwest. This changed the situation of the Northwest, where there wasn't a single good academy. The Su family's actions expressed their attitude. Yili could only sigh softly in her heart and accept their kindness. Chapter 500. If Prince really feels tired, why don't you rest for a few days when you go to Nanzhao? In any case, Prince won't have anything to do in Nanzhao. When Su Qingshun finally finished speaking, she glanced at Mo Xiaoyao's indignant expression before adding leisurely, "Wife, it's not that your husband isn't considerate and doesn't want to accompany you to relax. It's just that eldest brother-in-law is too fierce. Wife, you have to make a decision for your husband." Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yili plaintively. Yili looked amusedly at Mo Xiaoyao, who didn't look old at all with his snow-white hair. He was clearly a man in his early 30s, but he looked younger than when they first met. "Okay, husband, don't be sad. Let's go to Nanzhao and play for a few more days. Leave everything to eldest brother and the others." Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyao glanced provocatively at Su Qingshun. Su Qingshun pretended not to see. She looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Lear, it's okay to spoil your husband, but spoiling him too much will easily damage your brain. Eldest brother, your maternal grandfather, and uncle will all be distressed. If others don't know, they'll think you gave birth to twins. Listen, eldest brother, this husband should be wise and powerful." Yili looked left and right. She wisely decided not to speak. In this world, it wasn't only men who found it difficult to be sandwiched between their wife and mother. It was also difficult for women to be sandwiched between their husband and eldest brother. She smiled gently. "Eldest brother and prince, take your time to chat. I seem to see that Qin Feng has something to say to me." After speaking, she didn't look at the two's expressions and walked down the mountain first. Behind her, Su Qingshun's smile was like a spring breeze. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his brows in deep thought. Could it be that Li really did like Ai's wise and powerful appearance? So she left so quickly? Turning back to glance at a certain person who was like a banished immortal, Prince Ding sneered maliciously in his heart. Destroying the relationship between I and Li? If I don't marry you off as soon as possible, I will be sorry for you and your family. Young Master Ching Chun, who was smiling elegantly, shuddered for no reason. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the cloudless sky. Although there was still some time before Princess Anqi's wedding, they didn't have much time to prepare. Just as Su Qingxuan had said, Yili and Mo Xiaoyao still had a lot of things to deal with. Moreover, this trip to Nanjiang would take at least a month. Prince Ding and Princess Consort were not around at the same time, so there were more things that needed to be accounted for. As expected, the moment he returned to the residence, Mo Xiaoyao was invited to the study by Su Hongyu, who had been waiting for him. She smiled as she watched Mo Xiaoyao leave the study. When Yili returned to her courtyard, she found that there was someone waiting for her. "Eldest aunt, why are you here? Is something the matter?" Seeing Yili come in, Madame Su hurriedly got up. Yili went over to help Madame Su sit down and said with a smile, "Aunt, if you have something to say, just sit down. There are no outsiders. Why are you being so polite with me? Did I disturb you by coming here?" Madame Su asked worriedly. Although she was a woman of the inner courtyard, Madame Su knew that her niece, as Princess Ding, was different from other women of the inner courtyard and even other princess consorts. However, in the hearts of the people in the Northwest, Princess Ding's name was almost as famous as Prince Ding's. For example, Prince Ding's subordinates and even the generals of the Mahist army were all obedient to Yili. Yili said with a smile, "Aunt, don't say that. I usually help out and don't have time to visit you. Eldest aunt and second aunt also don't come to visit me. I know that eldest aunt is spending all your time on my 3 brothers and doesn't care about me." Madame Su couldn't help but laugh at Yili's teasing, but soon her eyebrows were dyed with worry again. She smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Your second aunt is really satisfied now that she has a grandson. She spends all her time on Ruin, but I'm really worried all day long." Yili understood and asked softly, "Is it because of eldest brother's matter? Who else could it be other than him?" Madame Su sighed. "In the blink of an eye, Qing Chun is almost 30 years old, but he doesn't even have a girl he likes. Your eldest brother has never made anyone worry about him since he was young, but he is the most worrisome person in this matter. If I had known this, I would have followed your second uncle and arranged a child marriage for him. Regardless of whether it's good or bad, he should at least get me a wife." Yili also sighed. Big brother's matter was indeed worrying. Logically speaking, the Su family was definitely an open-minded family. Except for Su Qingze, who was engaged to Qinzhong when he was young, the other brothers didn't get engaged early. Naturally, this was so that they could carefully choose a daughter-in-law, lest their son marry a wife he didn't like or wasn't virtuous. Even Su Qingchun, who was over 20 years old and hadn't married, the Su family didn't force him. But now that he was about to turn 30, it was no wonder that Madame Su was anxious. Eldest brother's standards are too high. There's nothing we can do if he doesn't like ordinary girls. Yili sighed softly, not to mention Su Qingchun himself. Even Yili felt that there weren't many girls who could match up to her eldest brother. The only one who was somewhat interesting was Princess Anqi, but her eldest brother didn't like her. High standards? Does he want to marry a fairy? Madame Su couldn't help but wipe her tears and complain angrily. Does he think he's so great just because people call him the first young master in the world? Does he think that all the women in the world can't enter his eyes? He's not even an ordinary person with 2 eyes and 1 nose. Look at him, not to mention that he's already so old. In another 2 years, which girl from a good family would be willing to marry someone who's so much older than her? Because he's set a bad example. Now your second uncles Qing Feng, Qing Bai, and Qing Yan are all refusing to get married. It's all his fault, as the eldest brother. Yili sighed in her heart. Her eldest brother was like that. Even if he was 40, he wouldn't lack girls who would rush to marry him, let alone 30. Madame Su was furious. Yili had to comfort her in a soft voice, saying, "Eldest aunt, don't be angry with my eldest brother. He's a most filial. If he knew that you were so sad, he would be sad too. No one can be sure about fate. Maybe he'll meet a girl tomorrow and chase after her to marry him." Although the possibility was almost zero, Yili couldn't imagine Su Qingchun chasing after a girl to please. "Eldest aunt, do you have any plans?" Yili knew that Madame Su wouldn't come here to complain to her. Madame Su nodded and said firmly, I can't let him fool around anymore. Your second aunt plans to find a wife for Qingfeng. I've also found 2 girls for him. Think of a way for me to make him go back and meet those girls. He's so cunning. As soon as I mentioned it to him, he ran away. He's so busy today and so busy tomorrow. I don't go out often, so how can I catch him? Yili was suddenly happy. So eldest aunt wanted to set up a blind date for her eldest brother, but couldn't find anyone. Tilting her head and thinking, Yili nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, eldest aunt. I'll let my eldest brother go back when the time comes. Madame Su was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chapter 501. Yili said with a smile, Eldest aunt, what trouble is there? Lear also wants to have a sister-in-law as soon as possible. As expected, Lady Su acted quickly. She was eager to marry a daughter-in-law. In less than 2 days, she brought a letter to Yi Li from the Su Fu, saying that everything was ready and waiting for Su Qingshan to return to find a daughter-in-law. Receiving Lady Su's sincere letter, Yi Li smiled helplessly and could only get up to go find Su Qingshan in the study. The front yard of the Prince Ding mansion had been divided into an office area by Yi Li. Other than the hall for receiving guests and the meeting room for meetings, there were also several study rooms of various sizes for the civil officials of the Prince Ding mansion to work. As soon as Yi Li stepped into the study, she saw Su Qingshan sitting behind the desk, leisurely sipping tea as he flipped through the booklets in his hands. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration at her older brother's elegance. The title of the greatest young master in the world did not come out of nowhere. Even though he was working tirelessly in the study dealing with the complicated political affairs, Su Qingshan looked elegant and otherworldly, as if he were a graceful young master reciting poetry. Big brother. Yi Li stepped into the study and called out softly. Su Qingshan put down the booklets and got up with a smile. Lear, why have you come to Big Brother's place at this time? Yi Li waved her hand and smiled. Big brother doesn't need to be so courteous with Lear. Sit down and talk. Su Qingshan raised an eyebrow and slowly sat back down in his chair. He looked at Yi Li with a smile and waited for her to speak. Yi Li thought for a moment and asked, How many days has it been since Big Brother returned to the Su Fu? Su Qingshan was a quick-witted person. As soon as Yi Li spoke, he understood the purpose of Yi Li's visit. He smiled and asked, Did Mother ask you to persuade me to go back to find a girl? Yi Li couldn't help but feel embarrassed. There was nothing wrong with these words, but for some reason, it was especially awkward coming from Su Qingshan's mouth. Yi Li thought for a while and handed the letter from Madame Su to Su Qingshan. She smiled faintly and said, Although Lear shouldn't meddle in Big Brother's affairs, but Big Brother should at least give eldest aunt an explanation. Even if it can make her feel at ease, it's good. Big Brother, isn't it your habit to drag things out like this? You also made eldest aunt sad for no reason. Su Qingshan read Madame Su's letter, his handsome face tinged with helplessness and guilt. Yi Li looked at him and said softly, No matter what reason or thoughts Big Brother has, it's better to tell eldest aunt clearly. Lear, it seems like first aunt, first uncle, and grandfather aren't unreasonable people. If Big Brother really has any thoughts, the elders won't really force Big Brother to marry. Big Brother also doesn't have to hide from first aunt like now, right? Su Qingshan was stunned, and he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lear saw through it. Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't it obvious? No matter how lazy Xiaoyao likes to be, he won't go so far as to push everything on Big Brother. He is still very clear about what's important and what's not. But Big Brother rarely returns to the Su estate recently. Isn't that right? Su Qingshan put away the letter and sighed softly. He looked at Yi Li and said, Big Brother knows. He will return in a while. Yi Li blinked her eyes and looked at Su Qingshan with a smile. She asked, Do you need Li to accompany Big Brother back to boost his courage? Su Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After sending Su Qingshan off, Yi Li turned back to her study. When she entered, she saw Xiaoyao leaning on the chair and reading a file with great interest. Hearing Yi Li's footsteps, Imo Xiaoyao hurriedly waved to her and said with a smile, "Li Er, quickly come and take a look." Yi Li curiously walked forward. "What are you looking at?" She lowered her head and saw that it was a file that the Shadow Guard had presented to her. It was Su Qingqian's life experiences. She lowered her head and glanced at Imo Xiaoyao. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "You had someone investigate Big Brother?" Imo Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, "I'm also helping Li Er. Aren't the Su family members worried about Su Qingqian's marriage? Li Er's thoughts have been heavy these past 2 days because she's been thinking about him, right?" Yi Li nodded and reluctantly accepted this explanation. She asked, "What are you reading?" Imo Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at Yi Li with some pity. Yi Li was startled. Could it be that something really happened to Big Brother? "Li Er, you have to hold on." Imo Xiaoyao patted Yi Li's hand and said comfortingly, "I think we really need to consider marrying your big brother off." "What do you mean?" Imo Xiaoyao waved the file in his hand and said, "Everything that young Master Qingqian has done in the past 20 years is written here. But there's never been any mention of what happened between him and that girl. There's not even the slightest mention of him being special to that girl." Yi Li narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "So you think Big Brother is gay?" Imo Xiaoyao threw the file on the table and stretched elegantly. "What else could it be? Young Master Qingqian will be 30 in 2 years. Would you believe it? In the past 30 years, young Master Qingqian hasn't even held a girl's hand." Yi Li tried to remain calm. "You could say that Big Brother has high standards and doesn't like ordinary girls." Imo Xiaoyao looked up at the sky and rolled his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't believe Yi Li's self-comforting words. Yi Li pinched Imo Xiaoyao's perfect face and pulled it left and right. "Don't always make Big Brother uncomfortable. If this kind of thing gets out, it won't be good for Big Brother." Imo Xiaoyao painfully pulled Yi Li's hands down and locked them in his palms. He rubbed his face where Yi Li was pulling and asked, "Does Li Er hate short sleeves?" Yi Li glared fiercely at him. "I don't hate it, but don't talk nonsense. Even if Big Brother is gay, he has to say it himself." Imo Xiaoyao nodded obediently. "So Li Er, you also agree that Su Qingqian is gay?" Yi Li completely forgot that although the Shadow Guard's report didn't say that Su Qingqian was special to any girl, it also didn't say that he was special to any man. She didn't know how Su Qingqian convinced Lady Su. After that, she didn't hear any rumors about the Su family's eldest son going on blind dates in Glass City. But Su Qingqian suddenly felt that every time his cousin looked at him, there was an indescribable strangeness and worry in her expression. If one were to ask what the most important event in the Northwest this year was, it would undoubtedly be the examination held in June. This was the first time in the 5 years since the Northwest became independent that it was holding an examination to select talents. Naturally, it attracted attention from all sides. At the same time, it once again expressed that the Northwest and Dechu State had nothing to do with each other. More importantly, the Northwest examination this time wasn't limited to students in the Northwest. As long as the students from Dechu State and Xiling had real talent, the Northwest wouldn't reject them. Although the hot June wasn't a good time for the Imperial examination, students from all over the Northwest, as well as some unrecognized talents from Dechu State and Xiling, had traveled thousands of miles to Glass City in an endless stream. Half a month later, the annual Glass City Chamber of Commerce would be held in Glass City. Merchants from all over the world would come from afar to bring their goods here to sell for a better price. Therefore, the people's enthusiasm for this city was as intense as the scorching summer. After 5 years, the current Glass City was no longer the same as it was in the past. Just the size of the city was at least twice as big as it was 5 years ago. The merchants on the streets and all kinds of dazzling goods were no worse than the Chu capital of the Chu state. From time to time, there would be people from the West who wore strange clothes, had very different hair colors, and had very different eyes from the people of the Northwest. Chapter 502. In Concentrated Fragrance Pavilion, Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li sat opposite each other in a room by the window. It was rare for them to be so relaxed as they drank tea and chatted. From time to time, they would look out the window and see the crowds on the streets. It was a scene of prosperity. Yili felt extremely gratified and satisfied when she saw this. This city was only as prosperous and peaceful as it was now because of their hard work over the past 5 years. Just like the Northwest, all of them had worked together to protect this land and the people of this land. Looking at the man sitting opposite her, Yi Li's heart was filled with tenderness and sweetness. They were not only husband and wife, but they also walked side by side and relied on each other. They had the same ideals and responsibilities. What is Li thinking about that makes you so happy? Mo Xiaoyao put down his teacup and looked tenderly at his wife, who was smiling warmly and contentedly. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I just feel that the scene in front of me makes me feel very happy." Following Yili's gaze, they saw a young couple setting up a stall to sell cosmetics on the streets. Although they were dressed plainly, their faces were filled with happy smiles. A family of 3 holding hands with their child walked down the street. The child pointed at a hawker selling tonghalu and asked for tonghalu. An old man in his 60s walked slowly through the crowd with steady steps. There were also many young scholars passing by. Everyone's face seemed to be blooming with a strange radiance and smile. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head and said in a gentle but firm voice, "As long as we are here, they will always live this happy life." Yili nodded and said softly, "Actually, the people don't want much. As long as they can live a peaceful life, eat well, and wear warm clothes, they will be deeply grateful to you." Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Isn't that right? Isn't the person the people of the Northwest most revered the eyes Li Li? If it wasn't for Li Li, how could they live such a good life?" It was Li who proposed the plan to open up the Northwest to foreign trade. It was also Li's idea to reclaim land in the northern plains to grow food. Mo Xiaoyao's words were not false flattery. Li had done too much for the Northwest and the Mahist army. All this time, Mo Xiaoyao had been very glad that he had married such an amazing wife. Yili pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Prince is praising me. I'm just moving my mouth and writing. The ones who really need to do it are others." Mo Xiaoyao smiled. Although there are many things that many people can do, no one has ever thought of it. Therefore, Mr. Li should still take the credit. Princess, Yaoji requests an audience. Come in." Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said calmly. Yaoji pushed open the door and came in. 5 years had passed. The once #1 dancer of Chu had more mature charm and style. But after washing away her glamour, the present Yaoji was only wearing a plain dress and a jade hairpin. She had lost some of the pride of the #1 dancer and had more of a peaceful presence. Yili looked at the jasper lotus hairpin in Yaoji's hair. Her brows rose slightly, and she said with a smile, "Long time no see. Yaoji seems to have become more beautiful." Yaoji smiled brightly and said, "Is Princess teasing me? How can I compare to Princess? You are the one who has become more elegant." Yili looked at her with a smile and said teasingly, "This jasper hairpin is very good. Ben Fei thinks it looks familiar." Yaoji couldn't help but uncomfortably touch the hairpin on her head and said, "This hairpin is very ordinary and the style is about the same." Yili shook her head and said with a smile, "That's not right. Don't look at how the jade hairpin is not of the highest quality. This jasper hairpin was passed down by the merchants of the western regions. There are only about 3 of them that can be found in the entire city. I kept a hibiscus hairpin and an orchid hairpin for the second madam of the Su family. The last hairpin was begged by someone else." So, meeting Yi Li's teasing gaze, even Yaoji, who had seen countless people, couldn't help but blush. She hated the person who gave her the hairpin so much that her teeth itched. When that person gave her the hairpin, she naturally didn't want to accept it. But that person casually threw it away and said that he had no use for it and that he would throw it away if he didn't want it. She didn't think that this seemingly unremarkable hairpin had such a history. Yili saw that her face was getting redder and redder. She knew that she shouldn't tease her anymore. If she ruined her subordinate's marriage, she would be hated for the rest of her life. Using the words of her previous life, She would be kicked by a horse if she ruined her marriage. All right, I won't tease you anymore. What's the matter? Yili asked with a serious expression. Yaoji saw that Yili was giving her a way out and was happy to change the topic. She quickly said, "The list of problematic students who came for the exam is here. Should we arrest them now?" Yaoji respectfully presented a list of names. She took it and looked at it before handing it to Yili. "It seems that Lei Jinting and Imo Jingqi really think highly of us. They're taking advantage of every opportunity to send people to Li City. At least half of the people who came for the exam from the Chu State and Xiling are their people." Yili thought for a moment and said to Yaoji, "Don't worry about them for now. We'll talk about it after the exam. I also want to see what kind of outstanding talents Genom of Gojoseon and Imo Jingqi sent over. If a large number of nobles went missing before the exam, it would be easy to be discovered and cause a commotion. But after the exam, it would be different. Even if someone went missing, most of them would just take it as a failure and leave quietly." Yaoji agreed. She thought for a moment and said, "There's one more thing." Yaoji had already sent someone to report to Lord Mo Hua. "Since the prince and princess consort are here, I'll report to them first. I heard that the Chu capital is not very peaceful recently." The people in the restaurant downstairs heard this from the people who came from the Chu capital. Mo Xiuyao frowned. "Did they say what happened?" Yaoji shook her head and said, "The other party is not a high-ranking official. They probably don't know much." Yili smiled. "It seems that our people in the Chu capital are not very useful." Mo Xiuyao was not surprised and said indifferently, "Imo Jingqi's suspicions are so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. In addition, he was fooled by Tan Jiji for nearly 10 years. Now, I'm afraid that he thinks of everyone as a traitor. Even if it means hurting himself, he will pull out all the people around him." Although the Princeton mansion still had some hidden pawns in the palace, they were hidden very deeply. Unless it was a matter of life and death for the Princeton mansion, they could not be easily used. It seems that everyone is tired of the peaceful days. "Li, go back and choose a suitable person to go back to the capital to help Lung Haoyu," Mo Xiuyao said with a cold smile. Yili nodded. Yaoji, who was standing at the door, gritted her teeth and suddenly said, Princess consort, if you can trust me, Yaoji is willing to go to the capital." "You?" Yili frowned. "But with your identity and the danger of going to the capital, have you really thought it through?" Yaoji nodded firmly. "Yaoji has thought it through. Although I have been in Glass City for the past few years, I have rarely shown my face. There are not many people in Glass City who can recognize me. In addition, Yaoji is no longer the Yaoji of the past. Not to mention other things, Yaoji still has the ability to protect myself." Yili looked at her determined appearance and sighed helplessly. "You still can't let it go?" Yaoji forced a smile and said, "Maybe I can let it go after going back this time. Yaoji will not delay the prince and princess consort's matter. I asked the prince and princess consort to agree." Chapter 503. Yili thought for a while and said, "You go back first. I'll think about it and give you a reply." Yaoji thanked her and went out, closing the door behind her. In fact, Yaoji is a good candidate. Mo Xiuyao looked at Yili and said, "I'm afraid she still has feelings for Muyang." Yili frowned. "I don't believe that she has completely let go of Muyang, but I also don't believe that she will betray the Princeton mansion for Muyang. Her child is still in the Northwest. She will never betray the Princeton mansion for the sake of her child. And even if she has feelings for Muyang, I'm afraid she hates the people of Marquis Muyang's mansion." Yaoji has a clear distinction between love and hate. Mo Xiuyao felt a little strange. Since Yili knows that she still has feelings for Qin Feng, why do you agree for her to be with Qin Feng? "What do you mean I agree for her to be with Qin Feng?" Yili squinted. "I just don't like to interfere with my subordinates' private lives. As long as it doesn't affect business, Qin Feng can like whoever he wants. Do I, as a princess, have to be a part-time matchmaker?" Mo Xiuyao was also not interested in his subordinates' private affairs. "In that case, why don't you agree for Yaoji to go to the Chu capital?" Yili sighed and shook her head, asking, Am I too soft-hearted? Yili was no stranger to being a spy, so she naturally understood what a spy had to bear. After returning to the capital as Yaoji, the best way was to find a way to return to Mu Yang's side. In this way, whether Yaoji was killed by Mu Yang in the future, or when the two sides finally revealed their true intentions, Yaoji and Mu Yang were bound to stand on opposite sides of each other. It was too cruel for a man and a woman who once loved each other with a child, and it was also too cruel for Yaoji. Yili is a kind-hearted woman, Imo Xiaoyao said softly. When Yili didn't notice, he quietly raised the corner of his mouth. Cruel to Muyang? He did not feel it in the least. He only remembered that Marquis Muyang played a part in Li Li's death when she fell off the cliff. He didn't release Muyang to let him go back to Marquis Muyang to enjoy the happiness of family. Although the main course couldn't be served yet, they could just order appetizers. As for Yaoji, she was the one who asked for it. Besides, the Prince Ding mansion had saved her life. Shouldn't she return the favor? In Yi Li's study in the Prince Ding mansion, Yi Li looked calmly at Qin Feng, who was standing in front of her, and asked, "What do you think about this?" Qin Feng's expression was calm. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, "Everything will be decided by Wang Fei." When he heard Yi Li say that Yaoji had asked to go to the Chu capital to assist Leng Haoyu, Qin Feng's face was blank for a moment. But soon, he restrained his emotions and calmed down. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Yi Li understood that Qin Feng really cared about Yaoji. In the past few years, Qin Feng followed Yi Li for the sake of Qi Lin's commander. Yi Li's trust in him was no less than Zhuge Jing, Lin Han, and the others. Although she didn't like to interfere in her subordinates' private affairs, Yi Li didn't want her subordinates to be troubled by love and even affect their business. She looked at Qin Feng and said, "I haven't agreed to her request. If you don't want her to go, I can reject her request." Qin Feng was startled. He quickly shook his head and forced a smile. This is her own decision. This subordinate has no right to interfere. Seeing him like this, Yi Li could only sigh softly and said, "Yaoji's trip will be very dangerous. I only hope that you won't regret it." Qin Feng was silent. "Thank you, Wang Fei." Yi Li didn't try to persuade him anymore. She took a booklet from the side and wrote a few words on it. She handed it to Qin Feng and said, "Since it's like this, send this to Yaoji. You can leave in 7 days." This subordinate obeys. After sending Yaoji off, Qin Feng didn't seem to be depressed. He still traveled between Qilin Station and Li City every day. It was just that he stayed in Qilin for a longer time. When the exam ended, Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li personally selected a group of talented and capable young people to fill the ranks of the officials in the Northwest. Then came the annual Yi Li's grandest chamber of commerce. But this year, Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao didn't have time to participate in the grand event. They had to leave for Nanzhao to attend Princess Anqi's wedding. In the group heading to Nanzhao, other than Imo Xiaoyao, Yi Li, Qin Feng, and Zhuge Jingfeng, there was also Su Qingchen who had been shoved in at the last minute. The original plan was for Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao to go to Nanzhao and leave Su Qingchen and Su Hongyu to manage the Northwest affairs. But when they were about to leave, Su Hongyu drove Su Qingchen out and left behind General Lu Jingxian, who had originally been planning to go with them. No one knew what Imo Xiaoyao was thinking. He only thought for a moment before agreeing. And so, the group of people in the Northwest who were clearly above average in appearance leisurely went south to Nanzhao. In these years, Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li had been busy managing the Northwest and reorganizing the Mahist army. They hadn't stepped out of the Northwest in 5 years. But between the Northwest and Nanzhao was a large area of the Chu state's land. So when the group left the Northwest, they were watched by the soldiers of the Chu state. Although they didn't use force to intercept them, the feeling of being carefully and vigilantly watched wherever they went was still very unpleasant. One day, when the group passed by a small town to rest and eat, Imo Xiaoyao was finally annoyed by these people. This small town wasn't big. Even its name wasn't very eye-catching. But because it was close to the southwest border, a large number of soldiers were stationed there. It was considered the second or third line of defense in the southwest border and could directly support the southwest border. It was noon when Mo Xiaoyao and the group arrived at this small town. The weather was very hot. Seeing that they were only a little more than a day away from Shattered Snow Pass, and there were still about 20 days until Princess Anqi's wedding, they weren't in a hurry to travel. They planned to rest in the small town for the night and continue their journey the next morning. The group wasn't picky people. There weren't any luxurious restaurants or inns in this small town, so they randomly chose a decent one and booked the entire room. The innkeeper saw that they were all handsome men and beautiful women, and their clothes were also not ordinary. He naturally understood that they were not ordinary people and was very attentive to them. There weren't many people in Yi Li's group. Other than Yi Li, Mo Xiaoyao, Su Qingshun, Feng San, and Qin Feng, Zhuijing, there were only about 40 guards. Half of them were Black Cloud Cavalry, and the other half were Qin Feng's subordinates, Qilin. There was no need to mention the Black Cloud Cavalry. Qilin's people were all kinds of people. Even things like making tea and cooking rice were a piece of cake for them. Not only the innkeeper and the waiters, but even the chef of the inn couldn't be used. Yi Li and the group sat on the second floor and ate the exquisite delicacies served by the Qilins, people who were proficient in cooking. She ordered the others to go eat as well. Qin Feng, you really have a lot of capable people under you. Feng Xiao praised as he ate the delicacies on the table that didn't lose to the taste of first-rate chefs. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Feng San is overpraising me. It's just an insignificant skill." Feng Xiao was envious and jealous. It was indeed an insignificant skill. However, to be able to study these insignificant skills so thoroughly, there were definitely experts among experts. Feng Xiao had not only seen experts in cooking in Qilin, but there were also pedantic scholars who had nothing better to do. There were also talented people from all walks of life who were proficient in all kinds of crafts. There were even people who were tailors and embroideries. More importantly, these people also had terrifying strength. Chapter 504. Su Qingshun sipped his tea with a smile and listened to their conversation. Feng Xiao was a person who loved to see the world in chaos. He hated it when people stayed out of things. He immediately showed concern for young Master Qingshun. "Young Master Qingshun, you haven't liked to talk since we left the Northwest. Are you in a bad mood?" Everyone present immediately recalled Princess Anqi's affection for young Master Qingshun and the friendship between young Master Qingshun and Princess Anqi. Perhaps it wasn't that young Master Qingshun didn't like Princess Anqi, but that he was too reserved to say it. So now that Princess Anqi had married someone else, young Master Qingshun was sad. Everyone immediately imagined a series of unspeakable things about young Master Qingshun and Princess Anqi. They looked at Su Qingshun with sympathy. Su Qingshun's handsome face couldn't help but twitch. He sighed helplessly and said, "I'm just thinking, these people have been following us all the way. Will something happen to them?" Everyone looked out the window. There were all kinds of people standing on the opposite side of the street, around the corner, and under the big trees. They seemed to be chatting idly, setting up a stall, or passing by occasionally, but such disguises were extremely clumsy in their eyes. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "You don't say. There are more and more people following us. Do they really think we haven't noticed them?" Su Qingshun sighed and said, "It doesn't matter what they think. What I'm worried about is..." Mo Xiaoyao put down his wine cup and looked at Su Qingshun, saying, "You're worried that Mo Jingqi will kill us." Su Qingshun's expression was solemn as he nodded his head. His brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Originally, the Northwest and Great Chu had coexisted peacefully these past few years. Mo Jingqi would not have acted against us if we had borrowed the passage to Nanzhao. But Mo Jingqi is an unstable factor. It's hard to guarantee that they won't do anything to us these days." Yi Li asked, "Big brother, if they really want to do something, where's the best place to do it?" Su Qingshun shook his head and said, "It depends on when they think it's convenient. We are now standing on Chu state soil. Mo Jingqi can say whatever he wants. Feng Jiao sneered. Besides Shiling, there's only the Chu state that borders the northwest. Do you want us to take a detour through Shiling? Su Qingchen raised her eyebrows and said, We may think this way, but it doesn't mean that Mo Jingqi will think the same way. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. If that's the case, then let him try. Let I see how much Mo Jingqi has improved over the past few years. Feng Jiao scoffed. How much can he improve? The area in the northeast had been ceded to the barbarian tribes there. The great Chu state can't even take care of a few tribes on the border. Instead, they are happily fighting with Mo Jingli in the Chu capital. Even though they no longer had anything to do with the Chu state, when they heard that a piece of land in the northeast of the Chu state had been taken over by a few tribes, it still made them feel uncomfortable, especially the soldiers of the Mahist army. They found Mo Jingqi especially unpleasant. In the past, you thought that the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army were in your way. Now that the Mahist army and the Prince Ding mansion have nothing to do with you, why don't you work hard and show off your great talent? Since he hasn't improved, then I can help him fix the trash under his command. Mo Xiaoyao said faintly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. The prince's words seemed to have a bit of killing intent. However, was it really auspicious to kill someone on the way to their wedding? However, they didn't need to wait for Mo Xiaoyao to come find trouble, because before they finished eating lunch, trouble had already come knocking on their door. Someone come. Immediately surround the inn. An arrogant male voice came from downstairs. Feng Jiao stood up and looked downstairs. He couldn't help but laugh. Yo, Prince, it's our old acquaintance. Mo Xiaoyao glanced downstairs and saw the person commanding the soldiers to surround the inn. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. He knew many people. The person in front of him didn't have much of an influence. He remembered what kind of old acquaintance he was. Feng Jiao smiled. Prince, look carefully at this person's face that makes people want to slap him. Also, look at that lame leg. Don't you think he looks familiar? When he said this, Mo Xiaoyao remembered. The one that was trampled by the horse? Why didn't the horse trample him to death? Feng Jiao smiled and said, Should this subordinate find another horse to trample on? The people upstairs were still talking and laughing, but the people downstairs couldn't help but shout. They saw Guanren limping back and forth across the street. He shouted to the other side. A group of traitors dares to set foot onto Chu state's land. This general is under the orders of the emperor to eliminate the traitors. Why haven't you all surrendered yet? Upstairs, Feng Jiao couldn't help but grumble. If it was me, I would have shot 10,000 arrows at the inn and turned it into a hedgehog. He doesn't have much skill, but he talked a lot of nonsense. Qin Feng smiled and said, So young Master Feng San will live longer than him. Feng Jiao's face was full of smiles. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, Thank you for your auspicious words. Qin Feng stood and looked disdainfully at the arrogant people downstairs. He tilted his head and asked, Prince Wang Fei, should we kill him first? Mo Xiaoyao stood and said, No need. Let's go down and take a look first. That's right. Find someone to take young Master Qin away first. Even the weakest of them had the ability to protect themselves. Only Su Qingchen had no strength to truss up a chicken. If a fight broke out later, even though protecting Su Qingchen wouldn't be difficult, there were always accidents in the midst of chaos. Su Qingchen also knew that he was a burden. He nodded in agreement with Mo Xiaoyao's words. He only said to Yili, You must be careful. Yili smiled faintly and said, Big brother, don't worry. After sending off Su Qingchen, the group followed Mo Xiaoyao downstairs to watch the commotion. The guards who had been eating in the main hall downstairs had already stood and were guarding the door. On the street outside the door, there were a few corpses of the Chu state soldiers who didn't listen to warnings and wanted to charge into the inn first. Guanrong clearly hadn't thought that the guards of the Prince Ding mansion would be so tough. They dared to kill people so easily even when surrounded by soldiers. His already ugly face was now ashen. His expression was twisted to express his anger. You all have great guts. You still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die. I will crush all of you to pieces to appease the hatred in my heart." Guan Rong, who was under the protection of many soldiers, shouted at the guards at the door. The guards at the door, especially Qi Lin's guards, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They looked at Guan Rong like they were looking at an idiot and a dead person. This idiot didn't think that he would be safe if he hid behind people, so he was so arrogant, right? One of Qi Lin couldn't help but raise his hand and throw it at the person in front of him. With a swooshing sound, a green beam of light shot towards Guan Run with great speed and accuracy. Guan Rong suddenly shot a green object at himself. Naturally, he jumped in fright and tried to dodge. But he was hiding in the middle of the soldiers and had grown fat over the years. How could he dodge? He didn't even have time to crouch down before the object arrived in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately shouted, "Hidden weapon! Hidden weapon! Save me! Save me!" Chapter 505. When that thing landed on his body, he felt a bone-piercing pain in his shoulder, but it wasn't enough to take his life. Everyone, including the Chu State soldiers that Guan Ju had brought with him, couldn't help but look at the man who was shouting and yelling like he was an idiot. Someone muttered, "Idiot!" Guan Ju realized something was wrong after yelling for a while. He opened his eyes and found that he was completely fine. He couldn't help but feel happy. Then he saw that his beautiful clothes were stained with something strange and wet. It had a faint fragrance. What is this?" Reporting to General, "It's a cucumber." The soldier beside him reported seriously. Only then did Guan Ju see a half-eaten cucumber on the ground not far away. He immediately realized that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage. "I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you all. Go kill these traitors." "Guan Ju, who do you want to kill? Why don't you tell I?" A cold and clear voice leisurely sounded from the inn. The guards immediately moved aside to make a path. Mo Xiaoyao's hair was still as white as snow. He appeared in front of everyone, holding Yi Li's hand in his white robes. "Guan Ju, who do you want to kill? Why don't you tell I?" When Guan Ju saw the white-haired Mo Xiaoyao walk out, he was shocked. But this time, he wasn't afraid of Mo Xiaoyao. In Guan Ju's heart, he was a loyal official of the Chu State, the emperor's trusted aide. Mo Xiaoyao was just a traitor that everyone despised. More importantly, there were at least 3,000 elite soldiers inside and outside the small city, while Mo Xiaoyao only had a few dozen people. No matter how strong the Mahist army was, Guan Ju couldn't think of any reason why he would lose when he had such an advantage. So, after the initial shock, Guan Run looked at Mo Xiaoyao with an arrogant and sinister expression again. That pair of eyes that appeared even smaller due to the excessive eating over the past few years were filled with resentment and jealousy. That's right, it was jealousy. In this world, including the ruler of a country, Mo Jingqi, there were probably not many men who did not hate Mo Xiaoyao. He had the Prince Ding mansion and a Mahist army, two of the most tyrannical forces in the world. He had one of the best martial arts skills in the world, an outstanding handsome face, and a wife and adorable son that all ambitious men envied. There was no reason for the world not to be jealous of Mo Xiaoyao. However, Guan Ren's hatred for Mo Xiaoyao was far greater than anyone else's. When he was still following Mo Jingqi, who was still a young prince, the high-spirited and elegant little heir of Prince Ding was the object of his envy and jealousy. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain where the bandits were exterminated, Mo Xiaoyao, dressed in white, rode his horse over. Without saying a word, he ruthlessly whipped him. He made him lose face in front of thousands of soldiers. From that moment on, Guan Ren developed a hatred and jealousy towards Mo Xiaoyao from the bottom of his heart. He hated Mo Xiaoyao's background. If Mo Xiaoyao wasn't the heir of the Prince Ding mansion, how could he dare to whip him in front of so many people? If he wasn't Mo Lan Yun's descendant and Mo Lu Feng's son, how could he have such good talent? So, when he saw the Prince Ding mansion's misfortune, he was one of the happiest people. Ding, Mo Xiaoyao, a traitor like you still dares to set foot onto Chu State's land? Today, I will tear you to pieces to repay the emperor's kindness." Guanren pointed at Mo Xiaoyao and shouted righteously. Mo Xiaoyao casually glanced at Guanren and lightly said, "Mo Jingqi is becoming less and less picky with the people he uses, letting a cripple lead the troops outside. Even if he isn't worried about you falling off your horse, he should be worried about the safety of the soldiers below." Feng Jiao waved his fan and said with a smile, "Isn't that right? With General Guan's crippled appearance, he definitely won't be able to walk onto the battlefield. If he falls off his horse and hits the soldiers beside him, what will happen? TSK, the Emperor really doesn't know how to cherish his soldiers." Yu. Guanren was so angry he was panting. What he hated the most was other people mentioning his leg. He was a military general. If his leg was crippled, it was the end of everything. Even if he was a civil official, for the sake of the face of the court, he would not let a cripple enter the court as an official. That was why the Emperor sent him out to lead the troops, because of their past friendship. In fact, it was not his turn to lead the troops onto the battlefield. It was just an empty title. Although he had lived a good life these past few years, how could the southwest border compare to the prosperity of the Chu capital? And all of this was caused by the people of the Prince Ding mansion. Although Guanren did not know that his leg was broken by a horse because the Prince Ding mansion pushed Murong Shun to guard Shattering Snow Pass, he still wholeheartedly put the blame on the Prince Ding mansion. However, Guanren's reason was that he was Mo Jingqi's trusted aide, so Mo Xiaoyao deliberately wanted to get rid of him. "I will kill you all. I will kill you all. Shoot the arrows and kill these traitors." Guanren finally could not hold back his anger and roared. However, the soldiers under his command were not as obedient as he imagined. After all, the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion in the Dechu state had lasted for hundreds of years. It was an eternal legend in the army. It was not something that Mo Jingqi could completely destroy. If Mo Jingqi was given 20 or 30 years, he might be able to completely destroy the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion in the Dechu state. However, 5 years was too short. Moreover, when the Northwest announced its break with the Dechu state, the announcement was spread all over the country. The commoners and soldiers might not understand the principles, but they also understood that it was the imperial family that had wronged the Prince Ding mansion, not the other way around. The Prince Ding mansion had wronged the Dechu state. The hatred of killing one's father was irreconcilable. Prince Ding did not immediately lead the Mahist army to the capital to avenge his father and brother. In the eyes of the commoners, Prince Ding was magnanimous and still remembered the friendship of protecting the Dechu state for hundreds of years. At this moment, Guanren wanted the soldiers to immediately kill Mo Xiaoyao and his men. Even if the soldiers did not care about the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion, they still had to consider the mysterious Qi Lin of the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the soldiers surrounding the inn with a faint smile. The soldiers who were still holding their bows and arrows hesitated, but after this faint glance, they could not help but put down their bows and arrows. Guanren saw that the soldiers did not listen to his orders and was so angry that his face turned black. He roared, "Impudent! Are you all going to rebel as well? Why aren't you executing these traitors?" The soldiers were naturally in a dilemma. They did not want to and were not willing to become enemies with the Prince Ding mansion, but Guanren was their superior. Even if this superior did not have the support of the people, they still had to listen to his orders. Feng Jiao walked out of the crowd with a smile on his face. He smiled and said to the crowd, "Actually, there is no need for everyone to worry about the future. This problem is very easy to solve." The crowd was puzzled. They did not know how this elegant red-clothed young master was going to solve this problem. Feng Jiao waved his sleeve, and a long whip shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Guanren. In the blink of an eye, Guanren had been tied up tightly by the whip and was pulled out of the crowd in front of Feng Jiao. It was also Guanren's fault for not noticing people after he was attacked by the cucumber. There were too many of them, and it was not convenient for him to dodge. Therefore, he had his men spread out a little. Otherwise, Feng Jiao might not have been able to pull him out of the crowd. Chapter 506. Feng Jiao lowered his head to look at Guan Run, who had been tied up tightly by his whip. He used his fan to prop up his chin and smiled from ear to ear. Isn't this settled? We'll take this Guan guy away. You just need to go back and report the truth. Don't worry, he won't be coming back. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they still opened up a path. Originally, Guan Run had not obtained the approval of General Jing Bian, the commander stationed in the southwest. Instead, he had received Mo Jingqi's secret edict to act in secret. Therefore, if they went back and reported that Guan Run had been taken away, General Jing Bian would not punish them. This way, they would not have to fight with the Princeton Mansion. It was the best of both worlds. The soldiers felt satisfied, but Guan Run did not feel the same way. Guan Run naturally understood the meaning behind Feng Jiao's words. If he was really taken away by Prince Ding, his life would be over. You dare. When this general returns, I will definitely report this to the emperor and have all of your families executed. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he finished speaking, the soldiers retreated even faster. The deputy at the very back even cupped his hands towards Feng Jiao and the others. This matter concerns the lives of several thousand of our soldiers. I ask that Prince take the trouble to deal with this. Mo Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, Don't worry, I will not implicate you. The deputy was delighted. Many thanks to Prince. Seeing the Dechu State soldiers retreat, Feng Jiao held Guan Run and turned around to ask, Prince, should we leave this place first? Several thousand soldiers had entered the city. Such an important matter could not be concealed. It was better for them to leave this place first. Mo Xiao nodded and said, If you've eaten, then let's leave. The group of people dragged Guan Run, who had been turned into a dumpling, out of the city. While they were still at the inn, Guan Run had been cursing nonstop. Feng Jiao found his cursing unbearable and casually picked up a rag from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Guan Ke's eyes rolled back from the greasy cloth, and she could only whimper. Less than 10 miles out of the city, Qin Feng, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. The people behind him naturally stopped as well, vigilantly watching everything around them. Qin Feng sneered and said, Come out. You can't even hide properly, yet you still want to follow others and launch a sneak attack? Before his voice died away, several sharp arrows whizzed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't even bother to get off the horse. He sat sideways on the horse's back and dodged the arrow. Many black-clothed and masked figures jumped out from the trees on the surrounding hillsides. Feng Jiao leaned against Zhuo Jing and muttered to himself, I knew that this trip to Nanzhao would not be so satisfying. But is it really okay to wear black clothes and cover your face for half the day? In broad daylight, what color was more eye-catching than black? The corners of Zhuo Jing's mouth twitched. He distanced himself from Feng Jiao and said coolly, Assassins usually like to wear black clothes and cover their faces. Nonsense. The Yanwang chamber has so many assassins. When have you ever seen them wear black clothes and cover their faces? Feng Jiao retorted. The Yanwang chamber was known as the #1 assassin organization in the world, but they never wore uniforms. This meant that uniform clothing was more harmful than beneficial to an assassin organization. Third-rate assassins, Zhuo Jing said calmly. Listening to Feng Jiao and Zhuo Jing's mocking and ridiculing each other, the atmosphere that should have been austere and tense became inexplicably funny. Although the expressions of the black-clothed assassins could not be seen because their faces were covered, their eyes that seemed to emit fire was enough to show their anger. Feng Jiao smiled and looked at the assassins across from him. He smiled carelessly and said, Actually, other than third-rate assassins, there is another kind of person who must cover their faces in broad daylight. Yili asked with a smile, What kind of person? Feng Jiao smiled and said, People who can't be seen. For example, imperial bodyguards. The assassins were silent, but they still couldn't hide the astonishment in their eyes. Mo Xiaoyao stepped forward and looked at the assassins surrounding him with his hands behind his back. He smiled coolly and said, Imperial bodyguards? Mo Jingqi's actions are just to cover up his name. It's really unnecessary. Feng Jiao smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Our Prince Ding mansion has already cut off all ties with the Dechu state. If Mo Jingqi wants to kill our prince, he can just directly send people over. Isn't it good just like what happened in the city? Why does he have to be so sneaky?" However, Qin Feng said coldly, "We will think that the Dechu state wants to provoke the Mahist army." The assassins hesitated. The leader pointed his blade at Mo Xiaoyao and said harshly, "Prince Dingyi, there's no need to say more. We're here on orders. If we can't bring back the prince and Wang Fei's heads, our own heads will fall to the ground. Sorry for the offense." With that, he waved his saber, and everyone pounced on Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He casually flicked his sleeve, and a strong wind blew two assassins to the side. Once Mo Xiaoyao moved, the others naturally would not stay idle. Instantly, the quiet road was filled with the sounds of fighting. The few assassins besieged Mo Xiaoyao, but to no avail. With a thought, they turned their target to Yi Li, who was protected in Mo Xiaoyao's embrace with one hand. Four assassins worked together to use all their strength to divert Mo Xiaoyao's attention. The other two assassins took the chance to point their swords at Yi Li. Yi Li was being protected by Mo Xiaoyao and could not move. Seeing that the two swords were about to hit Yi Li, the assassin holding the swords was overjoyed, but his body suddenly froze. He felt his chest light up. The Princess Ding, who had been in Mo Xiaoyao's arms, had disappeared. There was a cold dagger in his chest. A slender hand gripped the hilt of the dagger and pulled it out without hesitation. Instantly, blood spurted out. The assassin, who slowly fell down, looked with blurry eyes at the beautiful and gentle Ding Wang Fei, who was like the most elegant young lady in the Chu capital, holding a dagger that was stained with her own blood. She turned around to dodge another attack, and like a light green wind, a thin red mark appeared on his companion's neck. Killing two people in the blink of an eye, Yi Li casually flicked the fresh blood off her dagger and frowned. These few years, she had not trained enough, and her movements were not as nimble. It seemed that even though she had learned Qinggong and Nigong in this life, she would not be able to return to her peak state in her previous life. However, Yi Li lifted her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao, who had cleared out most of the assassins nearby. Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. This life was different. Even if she could not return to her peak state, it did not matter, right? After Mo Xiaoyao cleared out the assassins near him and Yi Li, he did not make any more moves. The guards around them also automatically separated the assassins from the prince and princess consort. Thus, Yi Li and Mo Xiaofeng became the most leisurely people present, except for the occasional one or two that slipped through the net. They're stalling for time. Yi Li looked at the assassins surrounding the guards and said with a frown. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "They probably did not expect that trash Guan Jie would let us out of that small town. They do not have enough people right now, so they can only stall for time. If they wanted to deal with the guards of the Prince Ding mansion, especially when there was Qi Lin among them, it would be impossible to deal with them without at least 3 to 5 times the number of people. The 100 or so people in front of them were not even enough to make them grind their teeth." Yi Li lifted her head to look at him and said, "You want to..." Chapter 507. Mo Xiaoyao sneered, "Wait. If we don't teach Mo Jingqi a lesson, he won't know what it means to stop. Even though we're not afraid of him, mosquitoes and flies can be a nuisance." Hearing Mo Xiaoyao's words, Yi Li didn't say anything more. She leaned against the horse next to her and observed the fight. The horses of the Prince Ding mansion were all excellent war horses. Even though they were fighting on the official road, the horses only ran to the grass on the side of the road and quietly grazed on the grass. They didn't seem frightened at all. Some of the horses even stood on the official road and took the opportunity to trample on the black-clothed assassins who had been knocked to the ground. Even though the assassins tried their best to stall for time, it only took a little more than a quarter of an hour before the group of assassins were all lying flat on the ground. The bodyguards who followed Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li to the south had already had enough of being watched from the shadows no matter where they went. It wasn't easy for them to get some exercise, so naturally they couldn't hold back. When they stopped, they still complained that their opponents were too weak. Mo Xiaoyao naturally couldn't really stop and wait for the other party to come knocking on his door. The group could only continue on their way. As for the corpses on the official road, no one paid any attention to them. After all, commoners didn't walk on the official road, so they didn't have to worry about scaring people. The group knew that they were nearing Shattered Snow Pass by the next day, but they still didn't see anyone chasing after them. If it was Mo Jingqi's men, they wouldn't be so slow. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and waved his hand, ordering, "You guys go back and tie up all the deputy generals along the way." Several Qilin men heard the order and immediately went forward to ask, "Prince, should we kill them?" Mo Xiaoyao said calmly, "Tie them up if you can. Kill them if you can't." This subordinate obeys. How could they, the Qilin, not have a mission that they couldn't complete? Immediately, the group decided that they had to kidnap all of the deputy generals of the 11 to Chu state cities that were seriously ill and bring them back to the northwest. Although it was a bit of a pity, why didn't the prince give the order to kidnap the general? The position of deputy general did not sound too difficult. Hearing this, Feng Jiao asked curiously, "Prince, didn't they stop chasing us? Looks like he's quite tactful." Mo Jingqi definitely wouldn't just send a group of people to assassinate them, and they didn't hide their tracks along the way. The only explanation was that the generals guarding the city had no intention of chasing after them. The corners of Mo Xiaoyao's lips curled up slightly as he said coldly, "There's a price to pay for making I wait for nothing." Feng Jiao couldn't help but shiver. In the end, it was Mo Jingqi who had provoked the prince, right? Thinking about Mo Jingqi's expression when the news of all the deputy generals suddenly being kidnapped and disappearing reached the Chu capital, Feng Jiao was secretly amused. If they could kidnap the deputy generals, they could naturally kidnap the general. He believed that their journey back from Nanzhao would be much smoother and cleaner. "Prince, Shattered Snow Pass is up ahead. Do you think General Morong would?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "General Morong is a righteous and upright person. Mo Jingqi would never give him such an order. Even if Mo Jingqi's people were at Shattered Snow Pass, it wouldn't be easy to move troops without permission." Feng Jiao nodded. "That's true." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and said to Yili, "How about we rest for a day in Yonglin and come out the day after tomorrow?" Yili nodded and said, "You can decide. Big Brother should also be waiting for us in Yonglin." Looking at the city that was already in sight, Yili couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 years had already passed. 6 years ago, she was still doing her best to protect this small city. But now, this place already seemed to have nothing to do with them. Sure enough, Su Qingshun was waiting for them in Yonglin. When everyone arrived at the small city of Yonglin, young Master Qingshun was sitting leisurely in the best tea house in Yonglin City, drinking tea. Seeing them come in, Su Qingshun smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've already booked an inn. How about we rest for a day in Yonglin before coming out?" Yili smiled and said, "Big Brother is very thoughtful. Xiaoyao and I also have the same plan." Everyone took a seat. Su Qingshun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that everyone didn't have enough fun on the way." Hearing this, Feng Jiao was immediately filled with resentment and complained, "Isn't that so? Young Master Qingshun, you don't know. We've been walking and waiting all this time. In the end, we've already passed the Cloud Mist River, but those cowards still haven't caught up with us. You made me look forward to it. These past few years have been too peaceful. In the Northwest, there were even people fighting to suppress bandits. So much so that there weren't even any bandits in the Northwest now. Really, his hands were itching. Mo Jingqi is really boring. If he gives the order to kill us, he'll definitely kill us. If he gave an order, how would those generals dare to disobey? I also want to experience the feeling of being surrounded by thousands of soldiers. Look at now, the people below are cutting corners. If Mo Jingqi knew that we left Shattered Snow Pass without losing a single soldier, I wonder if he would die of anger." Su Qingshun shook his head and said with a smile, "Feng San, you're thinking too much. Mo Jingqi can't possibly make an announcement. Once it's announced to the world, it's tantamount to officially declaring war on the Mahist army. I'm afraid that before he can kill us, the Mahist army will march to Feihong Pass. If they can really kill the prince with all they have, then it's fine. But if the prince comes to the northwest, the anger of Prince Ding and the nearly 1 million Mahist army wasn't something that just anyone could bear. After listening to Su Qingqian's analysis, Feng San could only express regret for Mo Jingqi's cowardice. Reporting to Prince, downstairs, an envoy from the Chu state requests an audience. An imperial bodyguard came up to report. An envoy from the Chu state? Feng Jiao was somewhat astonished. He looked at Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li and asked, in this kind of situation, an envoy from the Chu state can still request an audience with the prince? Su Qingqian smiled indifferently and said, Feng San, why don't you guess who the envoy from the Chu state is? Feng Jiao looked at him and said, could it be that young Master Qingqian has already met him? Su Qingqian shook his head and said, I haven't, but I can make a few guesses. Nanzhao has sent a letter of credence to invite the rulers and dignitaries of various countries to attend Princess Anqi's wedding. The Chu state can't send an envoy that's too low in rank, but with Mo Jingqi's personality, he won't come in person. Mo Jingqi was someone who valued his status the most and was also very vigilant about his own safety. Mo Jingqi hadn't even been 100 li away from the capital, much less come to Nanzhao, which was thousands of li away. Usually, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would stay within the heavily guarded palace and would never take half a step out of the palace. Mo Jingqi already knew that Prince Li has some connections with Nanjiang. This time, he won't let Prince Li get ahead of him. In the entire capital, Mo Jingqi can only trust the Lu family. Su Qingqian smiled faintly, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. When Mo Jingqi suddenly decided to make an example of the Su family, the Lu family must have instigated it. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said, Lu Chunfeng. Feng Jiao blinked and asked, who is Lu Chunfeng? Zhu Jing laughed softly and said, young Master Feng. Lu Chunfeng is Prime Minister Lu, noble consort Lu's father. It was no wonder that Feng Jiao didn't know. Although noble consort Lu was about the same age as Mo Xiaoyao and the others, Lu Chunfeng himself was only 2 years younger than Duke of Hua. In Feng Jiao's memory, he was Prime Minister Lu by the time he noticed this person. Naturally, he didn't remember his name. Chapter 508. Su Qingqian nodded and said, that's right. I guess the messenger from the Chu state is Lu Chunfeng. Yi Li frowned slightly and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who was next to her. Does Prince Lu have a relationship with Prime Minister Lu? Mo Xiaoyao sneered and said, the Prince Ding mansion and the Lu family have always been at odds. How can it be friends? When Mo Lufeng was still young, the Lu family was not led by Prime Minister Lu, but by Old Master Lu, who had passed away. Old Master Lu became the Prime Minister when he was over 60 years old. However, Prince Regent Mo Lufeng, who was only in his 20s, was above him. How could Old Master Lu, who was narrow-minded, tolerate that? During those years, Old Master Lu had always made things difficult for Mo Lufeng. Therefore, the relationship between the Prince Ding mansion and the Lu family had never been good. That was why noble consort Lu was infatuated with Mo Xiaoyao back then. Not only did Mo Xiaoyao have no interest in her, but even the Lu family did not agree to the marriage. Instead, they sent her to the palace without hesitation. Let him in. I also want to see why he wants to see I, Mo Xiaoyao ordered calmly. Not long after, the man was led into the tea house. As expected, it was Prime Minister Lu, who had white hair and a beard. Although Lu Chunfeng was old, his body and spirit seemed to be in good condition. His pair of cloudy eyes were shining with shrewdness. However, the people standing next to him stunned everyone. There were 2 women standing next to Prime Minister Lu. The older one was wearing a snow-white robe. Her beautiful face looked cold. Who else could it be other than noble consort Lu? Although noble consort Lu was over 30 years old, time seemed to be extra kind to her. She did not look much different from 5 or 6 years ago. Standing next to noble consort Lu was a 13 or 14-year-old girl. She was wearing a light yellow robe embroidered with pink and white hibiscus flowers. Her face, which had gradually grown up, was already showing a faint trace of beauty. It could be imagined that in 2 years, the young girl's appearance would definitely not be inferior to noble consort Lu's. Her clear and bright eyes revealed a purity and elegance that noble consort Lu would never have. Seeing Yi Li, the girl's face lit up. She couldn't help but take a step forward and call out softly, "Princess Ding." Yi Li was slightly startled. Looking at the countenance that bore some resemblance to Empress Hua and Hua Tianxiang, her heart stirred as she said, "Princess Changle." Seeing that Yi Li remembered her, Princess Changle nodded her head in delight. She lifted her foot, intending to walk towards Yi Li. Behind her, noble consort Lu lightly coughed, indifferently saying, "Princess, as the princess of a country, you should pay attention to etiquette. Do not lose your decorum and shame the emperor." Halting her steps, Princess Changle turned her head to look at noble consort Lu. Beaming, she replied, "Many thanks to noble consort for the reminder." However, it was not this princess who wanted to come up. Rather, it was noble consort who suggested it. This princess only wishes to reminisce about the past with Princess Ding. I wonder who your highness wishes to reminisce with? Noble consort Lu's complexion changed as she stared fixedly at Princess Changle. Princess Changle was not afraid, unhesitatingly returning her gaze. After a while, noble consort Lu replied, "I naturally wish to reminisce with Princess Ding." Yi Li stood up. Smiling faintly, she said, "It is rare to meet an old friend in this border town. Since both noble consort and the princess wish to reminisce with his consort, why don't we change locations? This will also prevent noble consort's reputation from being ruined." Princess Changle cheerfully took Yi Li's hand. Smiling, she said, "Princess Ding, long time no see. I thought we would never see each other again. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Finished speaking, Princess Changle pulled Yi Li toward the side room. The entire upper floor of the tea house had been reserved by Su Qingshan. There was no need to worry that Princess Changle would casually walk into someone else's room. After taking 2 steps with Yi Li, Princess Changle turned her head to look at noble consort Lu, who was still standing in her original position. Narrowing her watery eyes, she smiled and said, "Noble consort Lu, you are still not leaving? Even if this princess's reputation is somewhat lacking, it does not matter. The emperor's daughter does not have to worry about marriage. However, if noble consort Lu, I wonder if imperial father would like to hear someone say that a pear blossom is unfaithful? What nonsense are you speaking?" Noble consort Lu's face reddened. Glancing at the purple-clothed, silver-haired man with his back to her, she quickly followed. Behind her, Feng Zhiao finally recovered his wits. Pointing in the direction that Princess Changle had disappeared, he clicked his tongue and said, "That girl is Princess Changle?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyes and glanced at him, indifferently lowering his gaze to drink his tea. "Do you have any objections?" Feng Zhiao was embarrassed and speechless. What objections could he have? Although he had only met Princess Changle once or twice, he still remembered the innocent and adorable appearance of the little princess, who had been doted on and protected by older sister Hua. Previously, he had even been jealous of this little princess, because she had received all of that person's love and care. However, was this the so-called "a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood"? That innocent and adorable little princess could actually casually spit out such bitter mockery. Su Qingshan lowered her eyes, indifferently saying, "Princess Changle's days in the palace are not easy." Feng Zhiao remained silent, his expression gradually sinking. Ever since the Empress had pleaded for leniency for the Su family several years ago, she had been stripped of her right to control the harem by the Emperor. Although everything else remained the same, With the Empress's connections and prestige in the palace, no one dared to be disrespectful to her. However, an empress who wielded real power was different from an empress who was merely a figurehead. Standing to the side, Prime Minister Lu's complexion alternated between green and white. These people had absolutely no intention of inviting him to sit. They even discussed in front of him how his daughter, who was in charge of the imperial harem, had treated Princess Changle harshly. Prime Minister Lu was so angry that his beard stood up. He could not help but interrupt. Third young Master Feng's words are too serious. Has my daughter ever mistreated Princess Changle? Feng Jiao, Zhuo Jing, and Lin Han, who had been engaged in a heated discussion, immediately quieted down. Zhuo Jing's expression changed, returning to its usual indifference. Tilting his head, he glanced at Prime Minister Lu and said, "Prime Minister Lu, don't you know manners to disturb others' conversation?" Prime Minister Lu was so angry that he fell backwards. Pointing at Zhuo Jing, he stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. After a long time, he finally calmed down. Fuming, he said, leaving a guest to the side, "Is this how the Prince Ding Mansion treats its guests? Those who are welcomed are guests. Those who come uninvited." Lin Han looked at Prime Minister Lu sincerely, using his expression to tell him that they had not invited him upstairs. Feng Jiao supported his chin with one hand, casually saying, "Furthermore, Prime Minister Lu, this young master not only suspects that the Lu family does not follow the rules, but that the entire imperial family of the Dechu state does not follow the rules, right? Just now, when we came upstairs, how did you walk?" Prime Minister Lu walked in front, with Princess Changle at the back. "What's the problem?" Prime Minister Lu unhappily asked. Feng Jiao sneered and said, "Prime Minister Lu, Noble Consort Lu is a standard first-rank official. Princess Changle is also a standard first-rank official. As for you, the Prime Minister, you are a standard first-rank official. However, isn't there a difference between different first-rank officials? No matter how high Noble Consort Lu's rank is, she is still a concubine. Princess Changle is the Empress's legitimate daughter. Let me ask you, would your family allow a concubine to walk in front of a daughter of the first wife? Moreover, you are a concubine's father." Feng Jiao, you. Prime Minister Lu was so angry that his entire body began to tremble. The finger he used to point at Feng Jiao trembled incessantly. He could not say that Feng Jiao was wrong. Under normal circumstances, as the Prime Minister, he was required to salute Princess Changle when he saw her. As for the situation between Noble Consort Lu and Princess Changle, he could not say that the rules of the imperial family were different from those of ordinary families. Although in the palace, Princess Changle had to perform the etiquette of a junior to Noble Consort Lu. In the eyes of the scholars of the realm, Princess Changle, as the eldest princess of the first wife, was more honorable than Noble Consort Lu. The eldest daughter of the first wife saluted Noble Consort Lu out of respect and courtesy for her imperial father. It was not necessary. Chapter 509. Prince Ding, is this how you discipline your subordinates? Prime Minister Lu was so angry that he did not choose his words carefully, directly pointing the spearhead at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao tilted his head, his sword-like eyebrows slightly raised. The corners of his lips hooked up in a cold smile. "How I discipline my subordinates is none of your business." Prime Minister Lu finally understood that he could not gain the slightest advantage in front of the people of the Prince Ding Mansion. Not to mention Feng Jiao, Zhuo Jing, and the others, there was also Su Qingshun, who had not spoken at all. Su Qingshun was a formidable figure who, at the age of 17, had caused the eminent monks of the present age to vomit blood. As a result, Prime Minister Lu's eyes rolled back, and he directly collapsed. Feng Jiao blinked his eyes. That's it. Recently, they had encountered Mo Jingqi's men. Regardless of whether it was civil or martial, why were their combat prowess so weak? Su Qingshun smiled faintly. "It's not that it's impossible. This is the best way to withdraw." This showed that Prime Minister Lu knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he continued to persist, it was likely that he would faint from Feng Jiao and the others' provocations. In the end, Su Qingshun could not allow an old man in his 70s or 80s to lie on the ground all alone. He indicated to the imperial bodyguards standing at the foot of the stairs to have Prime Minister Lu's attendants bring him down to see a physician. In the other side of the room, the atmosphere was completely different from outside. Princess Changle tugged at Yi Li and chattered incessantly. Her somewhat tender and beautiful face had a bit of innocence and sincerity. Yi Li smiled as she looked at Princess Changle, her eyes filled with warmth. After not seeing each other for several years, the once lowly girl had already grown into a slender and elegant young lady. Only noble consort Lu sat a bit further from the two. Her expression was indifferent and somewhat absent-minded. Clearly, she had no intention of reminiscing about old times with Yi Li. Noble consort Lu did not pay attention to Yi Li. Yi Li also did not intend to pay attention to noble consort Lu. Originally, when they first met several years ago, Yi Li had a somewhat favorable impression of noble consort Lu. After all, it was not easy to have such a unique woman in the palace. However, after seeing noble consort Lu's infatuation with Mo Xiaoyao and how she targeted her both openly and secretly, Yi Li's good impression of her had completely disappeared. After all, no matter how much noble consort Lu loved Mo Xiaoyao, she, Yi Li, was Mo Xiaoyao's legal wife. She had no problem with noble consort Lu liking Mo Xiaoyao, but it was a bit too much for her to be so fond of his first wife that she disliked her. Especially when Yi Li saw noble consort Lu's cold and noble appearance. She easily thought of how she begged Mo Xiaoyao in the peach forest in the imperial palace. She couldn't help but feel upset. "Princess Ding, I heard that you gave birth to an adorable little brother." Pulling on Yi Li's arm, Princess Changle asked curiously. Yi Li smiled and nodded. "That's right. He's already 5 years old." Sighing, Princess Changle said, "The little brother born to Princess Ding and Prince Ding's uncle is definitely adorable and intelligent. Why did Princess Consort not bring him to the southern border?" Yi Li looked at Princess Changle's regretful expression. Yi Li could not help but laugh. Raising her hand, she tapped Princess Changle's nose and laughed. "There are so many little brothers in the palace. Has Princess not seen enough?" Princess Changle lightly snorted, her small lips curling as she replied, "Imperial Mother did not give me a little brother. Changle does not have a little brother." Good. You don't have a little brother. Then in the future, our Xiaobao will call you Big Sister Princess, okay?" Yi Li could not help but laugh. Princess Changle's eyes brightened. Blinking her eyes, she smiled and said, "Really? Then should I give my little brother a greeting gift?" I cannot go to the northwest right now. Princess Consort, help me bring it back to my little brother. In the future, when my little brother sees Changle, he will like me." As she spoke, she lowered her head to look at herself. Without the slightest hesitation, she pulled off an exquisite jade bell from her wrist and stuffed it into Yi Li's bosom. Somewhat astonished, Yi Li held the jade bell. It was exquisitely carved from the highest quality white jade and had an auspicious design of a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon and phoenix intertwined to form a small ball. Between the hollow dragon and phoenix, one could see a round jade bead wrapped within. Although it was only a small and exquisite bell, the incomparably exquisite craftsmanship and the highest quality jade made it obvious at a glance that it was extremely valuable. With Princess Changle being so generous, even noble consort Lu could not help but glance at her. Frowning, she stated, "Princess, this jade bell was bestowed to you by the Empress Dowager." Princess Changle's face sank in displeasure. She replied, "Since Imperial Grandmother bestowed it to it is I's. What does it have to do with noble consort Lu who I wish to give it to?" Yi Li reached out to hold Princess Changle. Smiling, she replied, "All right. I thank Princess for your gift on behalf of Chun. Speaking of which, I should also give Princess a gift on behalf of Chun. However, I really don't have anything on me that I can take out." Princess Changle's eyes brightened. Blinking her eyes, she looked at Yi Li and asked, "Princess, Can't you choose your own gift? Raising her brows, Yili asked with a smile, What does Princess want? Rising, Princess Changle leaned over to Yili and whispered a few words into her ear. Yili frowned slightly. Somewhat puzzled, she asked, What do you want it for? Pursing her lips, Princess Changle tugged at the small braids in front of her chest. Smiling, she replied, For fun, of course. No one else is willing to give it to me. I know that Princess definitely has it. I just want one. Is that okay, Princess? Thinking it over, Yili replied, I'll go back and look for it. If I have it, I'll give it to you. Princess Changle's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. I just knew that Princess Ding is the best. Yili raised her hand and stroked Princess Changle's hair. Softly, she asked, That's right. Why did your imperial father send you to attend Princess Anshi's wedding? Hearing these words, Princess Changle's originally clear eyes dimmed slightly. That night, after returning to her room, Yili was still frowning as she pondered the matter of Princess Changle. Although in Yili's eyes, Princess Changle was still a child, in reality, she had already grown up. Although Princess Changle would occasionally provoke noble consort Lu, she understood what could and could not be said. As a result, she could only casually find an excuse for Yili's question. Yili also understood that although Princess Changle was a princess, she did not have freedom. As such, she did not force her. What is Princess Li thinking about? Imo Xiaoyao asked softly as he supported Yi Li's shoulders from behind. Yi Li turned her head to glance at him. Smiling faintly, she replied, It's nothing. I'm thinking about Princess Changle's wedding. For the Grand Chu state to allow a noble consort and a princess to personally attend the wedding of a princess of Nanzhao was truly unreasonable. Of course, noble consort Lu's attendance was even more unreasonable than Princess Changle's. However, Yili was more concerned about Princess Changle. Naturally, she did not have any thoughts about noble consort Lu. Imo Xiaoyao sat down by Yi Li's side. As he poured a cup of tea for each of them, he asked, What's wrong with Changle? Yili replied, Don't you feel that it's strange that Imo Jingqi did not personally attend Princess Anshi's wedding? Instead, he sent a noble consort and a princess? It was reasonable for a princess to be sent as an envoy to another country. However, sending a noble consort alone to another country was extremely strange. Imo Xiaoyao placed his teacup on the table. Raising his eyes to look at Yili, he said, Imo Jingqi most likely wants a political marriage. A political marriage? Yili stared blankly, unable to react. A political marriage? Who is it? Imo Xiaoyao calmly looked at her, not replying. Yili quickly reacted. Frowning, she asked, Are you talking about Princess Changle? However, Nanzhao does not have a prince, nor does it have any worthy nobles. Chapter 510. The king of Nanzhao had no sons. He did not even have any living brothers or nephews. As a result, Princess Anshi had become the crown princess, the next queen of Nanzhao. As a result, who did the princess wish to marry into? Imo Xiaoyao indifferently stated, Although Nanzhao has no princes, there is still the king of Nanzhao. You mean? Yili was speechless. She finally understood why Princess Changle's expression had been so gloomy upon hearing her question. Although she had not met the king of Nanzhao, Princess Anshi was already 25 or 26 years old. It seemed that the king of Nanzhao had only had Princess Anshi around the age of 20. In other words, the king of Nanzhao was nearing the age of birth. If this was truly the case, then compared to Princess Changle, Princess Ronghua, who had married the crown prince of the northern tribes, could be considered fortunate. There was another point. If the two countries truly wished to marry into Nanzhao, they should first submit a letter of credence. After the nobles and courtiers of the two countries discussed the wedding, the other side would send someone to escort the bride. This would be a formal marriage. Now that they had sent someone to escort Princess Changle to Nanzhao, it was clear that they were gifting Princess Changle to the king of Nanzhao. As a result, even if they were truly married in the future, the respect that the people of Nanzhao would have for Princess Changle would be very limited. What was Mo Jingqi thinking? Mo Jingli secretly has connections with the Holy Maiden of Nanjiang and several tribes there. Because of her relationship with young Master Qingchen, Princess Anqi has always been on good terms with us. Now that the Dechu state is suffering from internal and external troubles, Mo Jingqi probably wishes to form an alliance with the king of Nanzhao, Mo Xiaoyao calmly stated. Alliance? Yili raised her eyebrows. With a smile on his face, Mo Xiaoyao pulled her into his embrace. Resting his chin on her head, he indifferently stated, "This generation's king of Nanzhao has great ambition but little talent." Back then, he rashly entered the palace, and the Dechu state was beaten back by Ai, nearly destroying it. On the contrary, Princess Anqi had shown great political talent since she was a child. She was able to help the king of Nanzhao govern Nanzhao at the age of 14. If it weren't for Princess Anqi, Nanzhao wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly after the war. Then there was the Saintess of the Southern Wilderness. Although she didn't have much talent in politics, her scheming methods and the people behind her were all pretty good. Back then, Nanzhao King used the Saintess of Nanjiang to suppress Princess Anqi. In recent years, I heard that the fight between Princess Anqi and the Saintess of Nanjiang has become more and more intense. Nanzhao King is probably having a hard time being stuck in the middle. Yili understood. It turned out that this was a power struggle between an incompetent father and two powerful daughters. Yili nodded and said, "I understand. After all, the king of Nanzhao is the king of Nanzhao. Even if he doesn't have much ability, as long as he sits on the throne, he can compete with Princess Anqi and Shu Manlin. Because Princess Anqi and Shu Manlin had someone backing them, the king of Nanzhao also planned to form an alliance with Mo Jingqi of the Dechu state. Speaking of which, Shu Manlin should have retired from the position of Saintess and retired to that southern border Holy Land, right?" Mo Xiaoyao indifferently replied, "Rules are set by people. Naturally, there were ways to break them. At the very least, Shu Manlin was still comfortably sitting in the position of Saintess of Nanjiang. Furthermore, she had more freedom and authority than before." Yili helplessly sighed. In the end, this was a power struggle between Mo Jingqi and the king of Nanzhao. The only victim was the innocent Princess Changle. Mo Xiaoyao reached out and wrapped his arms around Yili, pulling her into his embrace. A hand gently patted her hand, whispering, "Has Princess Li's heart softened?" Yili sighed and replied, "Princess Changle is still a child." Mo Xiaoyao replied, "There are no children in the imperial family. She knows what she needs to do." Yili wrinkled her brows. Turning to look at him, she stated, "Princess Changle asked me for a dagger." Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment before replying, "Give it to her." Yili nodded her head, once again leaning into Mo Xiaoyao's embrace. She was unable to save Princess Changle. If it was only Princess Changle, she would have simply had someone take her away and hide her away. However, behind Princess Changle was the Hua family, the imperial family of the Dechu state, the Empress, and countless other people's fates were not things she could control. Therefore, since she was unable to save Princess Changle, then she would give her what she wanted. "Xiaoyao, in the future, I don't want Bao Bao to marry someone else." Leaning into Mo Xiaoyao's embrace, Yili softly stated. Mo Xiaoyao gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with a faint warmth. "Our son does not need to rely on marriage for anything." Hearing these words, Yili could not help but smile comfortably. That's right, their son did not need to sell out his marriage for any benefits. At this moment, Yili was incomparably grateful to Mo Jingqi for introducing her to Mo Xiaoyao, not only for herself, but also for her child. "Xiaoyao, I have never said that meeting you was the happiest thing in my life." Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head to look into her clear and beautiful eyes, within which were blazing emotions. Lowering his head, he kissed her fragrant lips, gently rubbing them together. "No, in the future, you will say it every day." The next day, not only did Mo Xiaoyao's group not leave Yonglin, but Prime Minister Lu's group also did not leave. Once again, they met at the best restaurant in the city. Yili could not help but raise her elegant brows. Her gaze swept over noble consort Lu, who was standing beside Princess Changle. Holding Imo Xiaoyao's arm with one hand, she smiled faintly and asked, "Noble consort and princess are also out shopping? How come I don't see Prime Minister Lu accompanying you?" Noble consort Lu silently looked at the two people standing side by side. Yili naturally held onto Imo Xiaoyao's arm. Imo Xiaoyao clearly did not have any expression of rejection. Lowering his head to look at Yi Li, his gaze contained a warmth that he had never shown when looking at others. Noble consort Lu's eyes darkened. She indifferently stated, "My father is unwell. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yi." Yesterday, Yili had naturally heard of Prime Minister Lu's fainting on the spot. In the Prince Ding mansion, apart from Feng Jiao, Zhuo Jing was the one who was most adept at pressuring others. Feng Jiao had grown up in the light. His expression was one of contempt. Although Zhuo Jing had developed a poker face when he was a shadow guard, his heart was not poker face at all. Not to mention that he held a grudge. His poisonous tongue from time to time could easily strike a blow to others. Prime Minister Lu had provoked these two people at the same time. Furthermore, Imo Xiaoyao was an irresponsible master who never restrained his subordinates. Other than pretending to faint, Prime Minister Lu had no other choice but to withdraw. Rather than saying that he was unwell, it was better to say that he was ashamed to see others. "I see." Yili was not interested in what had happened to Prime Minister Lu. As a result, she only nodded and said with a smile, "Then I wish Prime Minister Lu a speedy recovery. As husband and wife, we still need to have a meal. We won't disturb noble consort and princess any longer. Changle, I have prepared the gift you requested. I will have someone deliver it to you later." This noble consort, Lu, even wanted to make a fuss about how she addressed Princess Changle. Did she think that just because she addressed Princess Changle as Miss Yi, she was not Princess Ding? Princess Changle smiled and said, "Thank you, Princess Changle. Since the two of you have not eaten, why don't you come in together?" Noble consort Lu took a step forward and stared fixedly at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to her. Princess Changle's elegant brows frowned. Although there were no outsiders here, they were still outside. This beloved consort of her father, the emperor, was truly too careless. Noble consort Lu, Uncle Prince Ding, and the Princess Changle are eating together. Why should we outsiders disturb them? If you do not wish to eat, let's go back to an inn. Chapter 511. At this moment, Princess Changle finally understood why noble consort Lu, who had always treated her like air, had dragged her out to eat. She had even said that she was afraid that the food in the inn would not be to her taste. Throughout the entire journey, she had not seen noble consort Lu show any concern for her food. If not for the fact that Princess Changle did not want to stay at the inn and be bored, who would want to eat with her? She would only lose her appetite in front of that face that she thought was holy and inviolable. Okay? Noble consort Lu had actually dragged her out to coincidentally meet with Uncle Prince Ding and Princess Ding. If they were in the palace and not outside, Princess Changle would have already reprimanded noble consort Lu for being shameless. Previously, she had heard that noble consort Lu admired Uncle Prince Ding, but she had never seen noble consort Lu so shamelessly insist on disturbing the couple's meal. Noble consort Lu was unwilling to listen to Princess Changle's advice. Instead, she stared fixedly at Imo Xiaoyao and said, "We can be considered old acquaintances. Could it be that you are not even willing to treat me to a meal?" Imo Xiaoyao slightly frowned. Just as noble consort Lu thought that he had finally loosened up and a smile appeared on his face, he raised his head and said with a frown, "I am not familiar with you." The smile that had not yet fully blossomed on noble consort Lu's face immediately froze. Seriously speaking, Imo Xiaoyao and noble consort Lu really could not be considered familiar. When he was young, he had already been engaged. Naturally, he would not look at other women. Even if he had not been engaged, he would not have liked the daughter of a family that did not see eye to eye with his father and brother. After Su Zuidi left, because of his illness, he did not leave his room. As for noble consort Lu, she had long since entered the imperial palace. After marrying Yi Li, he no longer had any women in his eyes. As a result, he truly was not familiar with noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu was clearly hurt by the words, "not familiar." Her beautiful face instantly turned deathly pale. Gritting her teeth, she said, Am I really that unworthy of your attention?" Yi Li frowned. Pulling at Mo Xiaoyao, she said, "I'm hungry. Let's go in and eat. Noble consort Lu and Princess Changle, why don't you come with us?" It wasn't that Yi Li was soft-hearted and wanted to invite them. It was just that although there weren't many people in the area where they were standing, it was still a place where people came and went. Noble consort Lu didn't care about her reputation, but she didn't like to hear that her husband was involved in scandals with other women. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and pulled Yi Li into a room they had booked earlier. When he walked past noble consort Lu gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I don't need your fake kindness." Yi Li stopped and looked back at her with a faint smile. She sneered, "So, are you coming or not?" Noble consort Lu's pale face suddenly turned pink. She gritted her teeth and followed her. Mo Xiaoyao had never treated his guests well. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Ever since he was young, no matter where he went, he was always warmly entertained by others. The number of people who could be entertained by him could be counted on one hand. As a result, when noble consort Lu and Princess Changle arrived a few steps behind, Mo Xiaoyao had already dismissed the waiter who was waiting for them to order. Unsurprisingly, the dishes he ordered were all things that Yi Li and himself liked to eat. As for Yi Li, because she was very familiar with Hua Tianxiang, she had some understanding of Princess Changle. She had also ordered several dishes that Princess Changle liked to eat. As a result, when the table was filled with dishes, noble consort Lu's expression became even more unsightly. Yi Li looked at the gloomy-faced noble consort Lu, who had only picked a few pieces of vegetables to eat, and felt somewhat puzzled. Even if noble consort Lu didn't order the dishes to her liking, the dishes in this restaurant shouldn't be so bad, right? While Yi Li was feeling puzzled, Mo Xiaoyao had already placed some of her favorite dishes in her bowl. Softly, he said, "The cooking skills of this restaurant's cooks are not bad. Try it." Yi Li lowered her head and tasted a mouthful. Indeed, it was not bad. Although it could not compare to the Prince Ding Mansion chefs or the Concentrated Fragrance Pavilion chefs, it was definitely much better than Yi Li's. Yi Li was not a picky eater. She could even eat her own home-cooked dishes, much less this kind of cooking skill. Raising her hand, she placed a piece of chicken, which had been cooked to perfection, in Mo Xiaoyao's bowl, saying, "Try this. It's very tasty." The expression on Mo Xiaoyao's face immediately became even gentler. Although he frowned at the sight of the chicken, he still lowered his head and ate the entire piece of chicken. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's serious appearance as he ate, Yi Li smiled faintly. From time to time, she would place some food into his bowl. Because of his 10 years of illness, Mo Xiaoyao's diet was very simple, and he did not like to eat meat or fish. However, Yi Li believed that although it was necessary to eat more vegetarian dishes, they should be accompanied by meat and vegetables. As a result, from time to time, she would place some meat into Mo Xiaoyao's bowl. Fortunately, although Mo Xiaoyao did not like to eat meat, as long as it was given to him by Yi Li, he would eat it without saying a word. Over the years, he had developed the habit of having Yi Li place food into his bowl when the two of them ate together in private. It was to the point that Yi Li forgot to place food into his bowl while she was eating. By the time she realized, Mo Xiaoyao had already eaten more than half a bowl of white rice. She did not know whether to laugh or cry at a certain someone's childishness. Uncle Prince Ding and Princess Consort have such a good relationship. Princess Changle looked at the two of them, smiling enviously. Although she had seen many married couples, many of whom were deeply in love, Princess Changle still felt that the scene in front of her was beautiful and enviable. In the palace, when her imperial father ate a dish, he would have countless poisons tested. Furthermore, he would have palace maids and eunuchs test the food before he could feel at ease. Under these circumstances, which concubine or child would dare to place food into her imperial father's bowl? At the very least, in Princess Changle's memories, her imperial mother and imperial father had always eaten their own food. Yili glanced at her, unhappily saying, "What does a little girl know about relationships? Your uncle Prince Ding is very hard to please. Miss Yi, you clearly know that the prince does not like to eat those things. Why do you deliberately place food in his bowl?" Noble consort Lu, who had been calm all this time, suddenly spoke up. Furthermore, under the gazes of everyone present, she placed some stir-fried green bamboo shoots into Mo Xiaoyao's bowl. Faintly smiling, she said, "I remember that the prince likes to eat green bamboo shoots the most." The side room immediately became quiet, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Originally, Mo Xiaoyao had just put down his chopsticks and was about to drink the mushroom and ginseng chicken soup that Yili had served him. Unexpectedly, he saw noble consort Lu place food into his bowl. Immediately, his expression sank. Abandoning the half-drunk soup, he raised his bowl and threw it at noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu was not a weak woman. As soon as she saw the bowl of soup coming at her, she immediately stepped aside. Unfortunately, the table was not big and the two were not far from each other. Therefore, although she stepped aside, half of her shoulder was still soaked by the chicken soup. The delicate white porcelain bowl hit the wall behind noble consort Lu and broke with a bang. "Prince Dingyu." Noble consort Lu had never thought that Mo Xiaoyao would treat her so rudely. For a moment, her face turned pale and she could not say a word. Looking at noble consort Lu's embarrassed face, Yili did not have any sympathy in her heart. If it were not for the fact that she did not want to be too rude, Yili would have directly scolded him. "Do you have any shame? Putting food into someone's bowl?" Not to mention in this era, even in her previous life, only people who were very close or had a good relationship with each other would do such a thing. Yili really didn't know what was going on in noble consort Lu's head. "Get out." Mo Xiaoyao stared at noble consort Lu and said coldly. Chapter 512. You? Embarrassed, noble consort Lu bit her lip, gazing at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao remained unmoved. This time, his words were even more concise. Scram. In the end, she was still a woman. After being treated so heartlessly by Mo Xiaoyao, noble consort Lu finally got up and rushed out of the room. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the bamboo shoots in his bowl with disdain, pushing the bowl to the side. Yili silently placed the untouched bowl of chicken soup in his hand. Softly, she said, "Drink some more." Only then did Mo Xiaoyao pick up the bowl of chicken soup and slowly drink 2 mouthfuls. His originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Yili picked up an untouched bowl from the side and filled it with rice for him. Only then did she pick up her chopsticks and continue eating. Princess Changle looked at the two with a smile and said, "Of course I know that Uncle Prince Ding and Princess have a good relationship. Because if Princess Ding gives Uncle Prince Ding something that he doesn't like, Uncle Prince Ding will eat it all. However, even if someone else gives Uncle Prince Ding his favorite dish, Uncle Prince Ding will smash the bowl. Princess Consort, do you think I'm right?" Mischievous. Yili pursed her lips and said with a smile. Originally, Yili believed that after the incident at the restaurant, noble consort Lu would hate them to the bone and stay as far away as possible. As a result, the next morning, when they left the tavern and headed out of the city, they coincidentally ran into Prime Minister Lu's entourage. Yi Li's irritation rose to a new height. This was especially true when she saw noble consort Lu approach them with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Yi Li was left speechless. Princess Changle, who was following beside noble consort Lu, secretly shrugged her shoulders at Yi Li. Squeezing out a mischievous expression, she smiled at Yi Li. The corners of Yi Li's eyes twitched as she swept a glance at noble consort Lu. Princess Changle shook her head slightly, rolling her eyes at the sky. Yili could only look up at the sky helplessly. Prince Ding, did you have a good rest last night? Noble consort Lu walked up to Mo Xiaoyao and asked softly. Although her expression was still indifferent, one could hear the genuine concern in her voice. Of her own accord, Princess Changle stopped in her tracks, standing slightly further away from noble consort Lu to admire the scenery. Was her imperial father really as suspicious as her imperial mother said? Then why had imperial father never suspected that his beloved concubine would make him a cuckold and even let her out to pester a married man? Nausea, Mo Xiaoyao said coldly. His silver hair shone faintly in the morning light. He turned around and walked to Yili, leaving noble consort Lu, who was still looking at him. Noble consort Lu silently gazed at the departing figure with snow-white hair. A trace of infatuation and sorrow flashed through her eyes. Yili turned to look at noble consort Lu. Smiling faintly, she said, "Prime Minister Lu, noble consort, please forgive me. Normally, our prince's temper is not so bad. It is only because he was disgusted at noon yesterday that he lost his appetite last night, and this morning that he became like this." Mo Xiaoyao directly picked up Yili and placed her on the back of a horse. He then mounted the horse and sat behind Yili. Raising the reins, he took the lead and left the city. He left behind a group of people with various expressions. Among them, noble consort Lu and Prime Minister Lu's expressions were particularly unsightly. There was no need to mention noble consort Lu. Although Prime Minister Lu was not present yesterday, he knew what had happened at the restaurant. Similarly, he felt that his daughter had gone too far. However, he was similarly displeased with Mo Xiaoyao's merciless behavior in front of so many people. Glancing at noble consort Lu, Prime Minister Lu said in a heavy voice, "Noble consort, it is time for us to set out. Let's go." Noble consort Lu unwillingly glanced at the city gate, where Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao had already disappeared. Finally, she turned around and got on the carriage. Feng Jiao and the others who were left behind looked at each other. After a while, Zhuijing frowned and said, "Young master, there seems to be something wrong with the Lu family." Su Qingshan glanced at the carriage that had already set off. The smile on her lips was like a spring breeze, but it made people feel cold. Something is indeed wrong. I have heard that Prince Ding rode a horse on a slanted bridge and was attracted by many women. I didn't expect that now that he is in the prime of his life, he is even more attractive to women than before. She said it gently and elegantly, but the people who listened to her felt a chill down their spines. Looking at the elegant carriage, Feng Jiao wanted to defend his boss and his good friend, but he couldn't. He had to shut his mouth silently. Even the noble consort of the Chu state was so infatuated. Wasn't this attracting bees and butterflies? Seeing that everyone had tacitly agreed, Su Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and changed the topic. "What do you think is wrong?" Zhuijing thought, and then said with a frown, "The emperor sending noble consort Lu to Nanzhao is not right. Also, noble consort Lu is a bit too bold. If noble consort Lu's words and actions reach the emperor's ears, no matter how much the emperor favors her, he will be ruthless." Su Qingshan nodded and said, "That's right. She is so bold because she is certain that these things will not reach the emperor. Then, this time, there are no emperor's people among the messengers sent by the Chu state." "How is that possible?" Feng Jiao said. They had all seen with their own eyes how suspicious Mo Jingqi was. Feng Jiao wondered if there was anyone in the world that Mo Jingqi could truly trust. No matter how much he trusted Prime Minister Lu and how much he doted on noble consort Lu, it was impossible for him not to put people around them. Su Qingshan lowered his head and thought for a while. He said, "Then Mo Jingqi thinks that he put people around them, but in fact those people are not his people. What does the Lu family want to do?" Feng Jiao shook his head. He couldn't understand what young Master Qingshan couldn't figure out. He pulled the horse next to him and jumped on it. "Let's think about it later. If we don't go now, the prince and princess will have to go through Broken Snow Pass." Mo Xiaoyao and his people didn't encounter any difficulties in Broken Snow Pass. They went out of Broken Snow Pass one after another with Prime Minister Liu and his people. After Broken Snow Pass, it was the land of Nanjiang. The people of Nanjiang were tough and good at controlling poisonous animals. They weren't afraid, but they didn't want to get into trouble. They didn't stop on the way. They went straight to the capital of Nanjiao. Mo Xiaoyao and his people were all riding fast horses, while noble consort Liu and her people were riding in carriages. Therefore, they left them far behind as soon as they went out of Broken Snow Pass. As a result, it was much quieter on the way. In just a few days, they had arrived at the capital of Nanjiao. The capital of Nanjiao was still as prosperous and noisy as it was many years ago. People of different ethnic groups could be seen at the gate of the city. Perhaps it was because of Princess Anqi's wedding. Although there were many remote tribes in Nanjiang that didn't belong to the Nanjiao kingdom, many tribal leaders would come out to give face to Princess Anqi's wedding. Therefore, the Nanjiao kingdom's royal city was much more lively than before. At the same time, there were many more guards inside and outside the city. When Mo Xiaoyao and Yili arrived, Princess Anqi came out of the city to welcome them in person. As soon as Yili jumped off the horse, Princess Anqi came up to them with her people. She said with a smile, "Prince Dingmansion, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look even better than before." Yili said with a smile, "You flatter me, Princess. Congratulations on your wedding." Chapter 5:13. The smile on Princess Anqi's face faded slightly, but she still accepted Yi Li's congratulations with a smile. She glanced sideways at the young man beside her and said to Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao, "Prince Ding, Princess, this is my fiancé, Pu Ah." Yi Li looked up at the young man. He was about the same age as Princess Anqi. He was tall and slender, almost as tall as Mo Xiaoyao. But his skin color was different from the men of the Central Plains. His wheat-colored skin made him look more muscular and handsome. There was a hint of stiffness and undetectable embarrassment on his stiff face. Yili instinctively felt that this young man was a simple and honest person. She really didn't think that Princess Anqi would like him. The young man nodded at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili and said a few words that Yili couldn't understand. It didn't sound like the common language of Nanjiao. Mo Xiaoyao nodded at the young man and said a few words. That young man was clearly surprised that this white-clothed man could actually speak his language, and the gaze he looked at Mo Xiaoyao with immediately became much more enthusiastic. Princess Anqi smiled at Yi Li and said, "Pu Ah is the only son of the chief of a tribe in the south. His tribe was on good terms with my grandfather's tribe. I saw him a few times when I was young, but they have their own language and have always been xenophobic. He has just learned Nanjiao language, so I don't think you understand. He just said that you are welcome." The others naturally heard the conversation between Princess Anqi and Yili. Pu Ah looked at Princess Anqi, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. Princess Anqi whispered a few words to him. Pu Ah looked up and nodded at Yili with a smile. He said in a stiff Nanjiao language, "Welcome." Yili listened to the stiff and out-of-tune Nanjiao language. It was even stiffer than hers. It sounded anxious. He had just learned it. He nodded and replied in Nanjiao language, "Thank you. Congratulations." The young man clearly understood Yi Li's words. His expression towards the crowd became gentler as he muttered a few words to Princess Anqi. Princess Anqi said to Yi Li with a smile, "He said you're all my friends. You're very nice." Yi Li couldn't help but smile. She felt that this young man wasn't unworthy of Princess Anqi after all. After they were done exchanging pleasantries, Su Qingshun and the others caught up with them. Su Qingshun smiled at Princess Anqi. "Congratulations, Your Highness." A bitter smile flashed across Princess Anqi's eyes. She lowered her eyes and said, "Thank you. Thank you for coming." Su Qingshun smiled. "I'm also very happy to be able to attend your wedding." Princess Anqi quickly adjusted herself and nodded with a smile. "It's been a few years. I'm glad to see you. This is my fiancé, Pu A." Princess Anqi turned her head and introduced Su Qingshun to Pu A in another language. Su Qingshun wasn't called the first young master of the Chu state for nothing. In Yi Li's words, if Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun stood together, the first person people would notice would be Mo Xiaoyao. But that would be because of Mo Xiaoyao's white hair. And the last person people would look at would be Su Qingshun. Of course, there was no lack of Yi Li's intention to belittle her husband. But at least it showed that Su Qingshun and Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't be inferior to each other when they stood together. In fact, in terms of appearance, Su Qingshun might not be more handsome than Feng Jiao. He wasn't as handsome as Han Mingxi either. He didn't even care much about his clothes and accessories. His clothes were white clothes of the most common color and style. He also did not like to be like Feng Jiao, who was always holding a gorgeous gold-plated folding fan in his hand. Occasionally, he would just hold a folding fan that he had casually drawn in his study. On his waist hung a jade pendant that his grandfather had given him when he was young. It hadn't been changed for many years. But as long as he stood in front of people, people couldn't help but look at him. They were reluctant to look away. Su Qingshun always gave people a feeling of elegance and refinement, but he didn't have the high and mighty aura of an immortal. Instead, it was a kind of feeling that made people involuntarily submit and feel warm and comfortable. Most of the outstanding men in the world were too threatening compared to Su Qingshun. People couldn't help but be wary and alienated. Only Su Qingshun. Even Yi Li had never seen a man like Su Qingshun who made people want to get close to him and feel warm and peaceful. Even people who knew Su Qingshun's methods couldn't help but be attracted to him. Puwa was startled when he saw Su Qingshun. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, but there was also relief and sadness. He nodded at Su Qingshun and also said welcome. He didn't know much Nanjiao language. Su Qingshun smiled gently and greeted him in Puwa's tribal language. It was the same tribal language, but Mo Xiaoyao's pronunciation was very similar to Princess Anqi's. It should be the standard language learned by outsiders. But when it came from Su Qingshun's mouth, it seemed to be different. It was more like Puwa's, but his voice was more pleasant. Seeing the faint sadness on the young man's face, Yi Li couldn't help but lean her head on Mo Xiaoyao's shoulder. She didn't want to look up. Brother, can you be any worse? It's fine if you don't like Princess Anqi, but now you're attacking her fiancé? Li, are you tired? Mo Xiaoyao asked with concern. He didn't care who Su Qingshun attacked, but he couldn't attack him anyway. Yi Li nodded weakly. She sympathized with the gloomy young man standing next to Su Qingshun. Princess Anqi looked at Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao holding hands, and a trace of envy flashed through her eyes. She said with a smile, "Let's just talk here. Let's go into the city. I've already asked people to prepare a post house. If we continue to stand here, we might steal the souls of the girls in Nanjiao City. Then we'll be in trouble." Princess Anqi was right. Although they weren't standing in the center of the city gate, they were too eye-catching. From Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun to Feng Jiao, to Jing, Lin Han, and Qin Feng, any one of them was enough to attract a large number of girls. At this time, there were already many young girls standing at the city gate. The people of Nanjiang were always enthusiastic. If it weren't for the guards of Wangcheng, they might have already rushed forward to express their love. After entering the city, Princess Anqi led them directly to a post house not far from the palace and the princess residence. Mo Xiaoyao and the others were tired from the journey. Naturally, they wouldn't go to the palace to see the king of Nanjiao as soon as they entered the city. Princess Anqi personally led them to a courtyard in the post house that had already been prepared. She ordered the servants of the post house to take good care of them. Seeing Princess Anqi put in so much effort, Yi Li felt even more embarrassed about her brother's unkindness. Receiving Yi Li's apology, Princess Anqi smiled helplessly. She looked back at Pu, who was talking to Mo Xiaoyao, and Su Qingshun not far away. Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun were both proficient in many Nanjiang languages, so they didn't have any language barriers when talking to Puwa. From Yi Li's perspective, the three of them were chatting quite well. However, the young man sandwiched between Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingshun was even more inconspicuous. Princess Anqi sighed helplessly. Prince Ding and Qing Shun are both too outstanding. It's really difficult to find someone as outstanding as them. Puwa and I have known each other since we were young. He's not a bad person and has always been good to me. There's nothing wrong with marrying him. Chapter 514. Yili nodded and said, "Your Highness made the right choice." From Pu A's behavior and expression, it was obvious that he valued Princess Anqi very much. More importantly, he obviously knew that Princess Anqi was in love with Su Qingshun, but there was only a trace of sadness and admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Qingshun. There wasn't a trace of jealousy or hatred in his eyes, which showed that he was a broad-minded person. Princess Anqi was the crown princess of Nanzhao, the future king of Nanzhao. If Su Qingshun was from Nanzhao and loved her deeply, they would be a perfect match. However, although Su Qingshun liked to travel around when he was young, he would inevitably return to his family in the end. Princess Anqi, as the crown princess, could not leave Nanzhao and follow Su Qingshun back to the Su family. Young Master Su's literary talent was outstanding. He would not be comfortable staying in a place like Nanzhao for the rest of his life. More importantly, Su Qingshun looked warm and approachable, but in fact, he was indifferent and distant. Unless it was someone he cared about, he would protect them. However, he was very cold to those he did not care about. Most of the time, when you are still immersed in his warmth like a spring breeze, he is already thousands of miles away from you. Yili thought that even if Princess Anqi married Mo Xiaoyao, she would not necessarily be happier than if she married Pu A. The one who was loved would always be happier than the one who was loved. Of course, it would be better if she was loved and loved at the same time. Princess Anqi looked at Yi Li and said with a smile, "Actually, I envy Princess Ding the most. I'm afraid that all the women in the world envy Princess Ding." Yi Li looked back at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao also looked back at her. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. A faint warmth spread between the two of them. Yi Li looked back at Princess Anqi and said with a smile, "Your Highness can be like me. Pua will be a good husband." Looking at Princess Anqi, Yi Li reached out to hold her hand and said sincerely, "Since you've made up your mind, let go of the past and make good use of it." There is a saying in the Central Plains: if there are flowers to be plucked, they must be plucked straight. If there are no flowers left, the branches will be empty. Although it wasn't appropriate to use it here, it still made some sense. Pu was interested in the princess. Since the princess had chosen him, she must have believed in him. In that case, why not manage this marriage well? The human heart was made of flesh. If he waited until the human heart turned cold, it would be too late for regrets. Prince and I had only met once or twice before we got married. You guys are much better than us, aren't you? Princess Anqi nodded and said, "I understand. Ding Wang Fei, thank you." Yi Li shook her head and glanced at the elegant young Master Qing Chun. She raised her eyebrows and said, "As for that person, don't take him too seriously. Eldest aunt scolded him every day at home. Who knows how many girls in Glass City he ignored. I estimate that at least half of the girls in Glass City are cursing him every day." Princess Anqi was interested and asked curiously, "Cursing him for what?" Yi Li said with a smile, "Not cursing him for not being able to find a wife in this lifetime. Probably cursing him for falling in love with a girl one day, but being ignored by her. Anyway, if I was a girl and was ignored like that, I would curse him like that." Princess Anqi finally couldn't help but laugh. The sadness between her eyebrows dissipated. She said with a smile, "It's too sad to not be able to find a wife in this lifetime. Just curse him for falling in love with a girl and being ignored by her." Seeing the smile and relief in Princess Anqi's eyes, Yi Li felt relieved. No matter what, it was good to let go. After sending off Princess Anqi, Su Qingshun turned to look at Yi Li and said sincerely, "Lear, Big Brother thanks you." Su Qingshun understood why Yi Li had said so much to Princess Anqi. She didn't have much of a relationship with Princess Anqi, so she didn't need to spend so much effort. Yili did all this because she didn't want Princess Anshi to be unable to let go and hate Su Qingshan. If she was an ordinary girl, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Princess Anshi was the daughter of the crown prince. She had too much power. If she really took advantage of a blind spot, it might give Su Qingshan a headache for a while. Moreover, although Su Qingshan didn't have any romantic feelings for Princess Anshi, he did treat her as a friend. It would be a pity if their friendship was affected because of this. Yili rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. No need to thank me. Big brother, since you don't have any feelings for other girls, then don't provoke them. I can't be your shield all the time. Speaking of this, Yili couldn't help but be glad that she had married Mo Xiaoyao long ago and that they were publicly acknowledged as a loving couple. Every time she walked with Su Qingshan, she would be glared at by many girls who didn't know the truth. Thinking of how she had lied to Princess Anshi that she was Su Qingshan's fiancée, Yili couldn't help but be glad that she had met Princess Anshi. If she had met another girl, she might have pulled out a knife and stabbed her. Su Qingshan touched his nose apologetically and didn't know what to say. He really didn't want to provoke any girl, and it wasn't that he was arrogant and looked down on anyone. It was just that he didn't have that kind of feeling. Li, I told you long ago that Big Brother won't like any girl. Mo Xiaoyao walked out and put an arm around Yili's waist and pulled her into his arms with a smile. Yili immediately recalled what Mo Xiaoyao had said about Su Qingshan's sexual orientation, and her face stiffened. She turned to look at Su Qingshan and saw that he didn't have any intention of refuting. Her heart sank again. Although she didn't discriminate against homosexuals, she still wasn't prepared for her big brother to really become a homosexual. Moreover, how was she going to explain this to eldest uncle and eldest aunt? Su Qingshan saw Yi Li's gloomy expression and thought that she was worried about him. He hurriedly said, Li, don't be angry. Big brother didn't want to do this kind of thing. Seeing Su Qingshan's rare worried expression, Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. That's right, Big brother didn't want to be a homosexual either. Big brother didn't say anything for so many years. He probably didn't want others to know. Young Master Qingshan was famous, but if word got out that he was a homosexual, understand. Big brother, don't be troubled. Lear won't ask about it in the future. Su Qingshan was stunned. He was touched by his sister's understanding, but for some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with the way Lear looked at him. What was with that look of understanding, sympathy, and comfort? We've been on the road for a few days. Everyone must be tired. Big brother, I'll take Li back to her room to rest first, Mo Xiaoyao said slowly. Su Qingshan, who still felt that something was wrong, waved his hand to let the two of them do as they pleased. He replayed the conversation in his mind and finally found where the problem was. Young Master Qingshan's gentle and refined elegance finally cracked. His face was so pale that it almost scared Zhui Jing and Lin Han, who were about to leave the courtyard. Mo Xiaoyao. What did he mean by he wouldn't like any girl? Mo Xiaoyao, that bastard, was clearly hinting that he didn't like girls. Su Qingshan finally found the reason why Lier had been looking at him strangely a few days ago. Thinking of the half-smile Mo Xiaoyao gave him before he left, young Master Qingshan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Mo Xiaoyao, just you wait. Chapter 5:15. When they returned to their temporary residence, Yili asked curiously, which tribe does Princess Anshi's husband belong to? You, well, my brother both know their language. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. It's a tribe called the White Wolf tribe in the southwest of Nanjiang. They live deep in the mountains and have been living with ferocious beasts and poisonous insects since childhood. Almost all the men in the clan were the best hunters and archers in the world. Besides, they're as good at controlling poisonous insects as the other Nanjiang people, maybe even better. When we were preparing to pacify Nanjiang, I had people investigate them and found that some of the soldiers had learned this language. I only learned it because I had nothing better to do. Yili sat down and poured tea for herself while thinking. Princess Anshi chose this time to get married because she wants the support of the White Wolf tribe. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and sat down opposite Yili. Before they came to Nanjiang, They had sent people to investigate Princess Anshi's marriage. Mo Xiaoyao said, "The current situation in Nanjiang is very unfavorable for Princess Anshi. Princess Anshi needs the support of other tribes in Nanjiang. It was better when Big Brother was in the south, but he's been busy in the northwest these years. Princess Anshi has to deal with her father, Shu Manlin, Tan Jiji, and the leaders of the tribes by herself. I'm afraid it's not easy." Then, Yili frowned and said worriedly, although they should help Princess Anshi based on their friendship with her, they didn't want to help her. However, in terms of the stability between countries, a chaotic southern border was the most beneficial to them. "Let's try not to get involved." Su Qingqun's voice came from outside the door. Young Master Qingqun, who had regained his elegance and gentleness, walked in. When he saw Mo Xiaoyao, he narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yi Li and said, "My friendship with Princess Anshi is one thing, but getting involved in the internal affairs of other countries is another. In the past, I was just a friend of Princess Anshi, but now our words and deeds represent the Northwest. Therefore, we cannot make any mistakes." Yili nodded and asked worriedly, "Will it make things difficult for Big Brother?" Su Qingqun shook his head. "Princess Anshi knows her limits." Yili thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, Princess Anshi may be talented in governing a country, but in terms of scheming, I'm afraid Princess Anshi is no match for those people. If we stand by and do nothing, once Princess Anshi is defeated and southern Jiang falls into Shu Manlin's hands, it won't be good for the Northwest." Su Qingqun fell silent for a moment and said, "I'll talk to Princess Anshi later. We can help them in secret, but we can't stand on either side openly. The affairs of Nanjiang have nothing to do with us." Yili nodded and said, "I understand." Looking at Su Qingqun's calm and graceful manner, Yili sighed in her heart. Sometimes, her brother was so rational that it was heartless. Perhaps in his heart, Princess Anshi was not as important as his family, even though she was his friend. After all, the Northwest was their home. After all, they were guests from afar. The next morning, Yi Li and the others went to the palace to see the king of Nanjiao. As before, Princess Anshi personally accompanied him to the palace. After yesterday's meeting and conversation, Pu was much more familiar and friendly when he saw them again. The young man also greeted them in the language he was used to. Even though she had been to Nanjiao before, this was the first time Yi Li had seen the king of Nanjiao. The king of Nanjiao wore a robe made of brocade and embroidery unique to Nanjiao. His entire person was resplendent. On his head was a magnificent crown made of gold and inlaid with emeralds and jade. His entire person was so dazzling that it was almost blinding. The entire palace was filled with a magnificent style that was completely different from the Central Plains. Prince Ding and Princess Ding have come from afar. I don't welcome them. Did Prince Ding and Princess rest well last night? The king of Nanjiao sat on the throne and laughed heartily. But there was no welcome in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes. The king of Nanjiao's Central Plains language was very good, but he had a slight Nanjiao accent. This was a problem that many Nanjiao people had, but it did not affect the listener's understanding. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and raised his hands in return. He said, "The crown princess's wedding is near. I and Princess Consort congratulate the king and princess of Nanjiao. We also wish that the king of Nanjiao will have a grandson soon." The king of Nanjiao's expression froze. Even though there was nothing wrong with Mo Xiaoyao's congratulatory speech, the king of Nanjiao was not yet 50 years old. Mo Xiaoyao said that he wished him a grandson soon. It sounded normal, but in the king of Nanjiao's ears, it seemed to be mocking him for not being able to have a son. Even His Highness Prince Ding has come from afar. The crown princess really has a lot of face. I really envy her. The atmosphere in hall, I was subtly stiff. Suddenly, a seductive female voice came from the side hall. Everyone looked to the side. Shu Manlin was dressed in the gorgeous yellow robes of the Saintess of Nanjiang, but she did not wear the mask that the Saintess of Nanjiang wore to receive outsiders. The other Nanjiao people in the hall seemed to be used to this. Mo Xiaoyao's gaze slowly swept across Shu Manlin. He frowned and said in confusion, "King of Nanjiao, this is?" The king of Nanjiao laughed and looked lovingly at Shu Manlin. He said, "Princeling does not know. This is the saintess of my Nanjiao kingdom, Shu Manlin." Mo Xiaoyao's frown deepened. He said coolly, "I heard that the saintess of Nanjiang cannot be more than 25 years old and never sees outsiders. So, this is just a rumor?" A trace of anger flashed across Shu Manlin's face. Was Mo Xiaoyao saying that she looked more than 25 years old? But Shu Manlin had been locked up by Mo Xiaoyao for more than half a year. She still had some lingering fear of him. Even in front of so many people, she did not want to take the initiative to provoke him. She could only look pitifully at the king of Nanjiao. At least on the surface, the king of Nanjiao did treat Shu Manlin much better than Princess Anqi, who was the princess and the crown princess. Seeing Shu Manlin's pleading eyes, the king of Nanjiao immediately helped her out. "Princeling does not know. The saintess is the great savior of Nanjiao. So after discussion among the chiefs of the tribes, the saintess Shu Manlin will become the saintess of Nanjiao for life." Yili glanced at Shu Manlin's slightly proud face and smiled at her heart. She did not know if Shu Manlin was the savior of Nanjiao. But based on her relationship with Tan Jiji, she looked more like the bane of Nanjiao. To be able to persuade so many chiefs of the tribes of Nanjiao to agree that Shu Manlin did not have to abide by the rules of Nanjiang for hundreds of years, it was clear that their power in Nanjiang was not to be underestimated. It was no wonder that Princess Anqi chose to marry Pu Ah at this time. Pu Ah's tribe was also a very powerful tribe in Nanjiang. Coupled with the support of Princess Anqi's grandfather's tribe, they could barely compete with Shu Manlin and Tan Jiji. Mo Xiaoyao nodded indifferently. A trace of anger flashed across Shu Manlin's eyes. She turned and looked at Su Qingqian. After a slight pause, Shu Manlin stepped forward and smiled softly. "Is this the first young master of the Chu state? Young Master Qingqian? It's a pleasure to meet you. Shu Manlin greets you." Princess Anqi looked at her indifferently and sneered. "It's not your first time seeing Qingqian. Why are you so pretentious?" This woman had trapped Qingqian in the underground palace of Nanjiao for many days. Now she was pretending to be meeting him for the first time. How evil! Shu Manlin looked at Princess Anqi and blinked innocently. "Your Highness, what do you mean? When did I meet young Master Qingqian? But you, I heard that Princess Anqi and young Master Qingqian are very good friends." Shu Manlin emphasized the word very good. It seemed to be full of jealousy and resentment, but it also seemed to be intentional. Because she was speaking in a language of Nanjiao, she deliberately glanced at Pu, who was standing beside Princess Anqi. It was even more intentional. Princess Anqi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She looked at Shu Manlin coldly and said, "So what if I'm friends with young Master Qingqian? I'm the crown princess of Nanjiao. Can I even make friends with one person?" But someone has been fooling around with King Li of the Chu state for many years. At that time, someone hadn't received the privileges of the tribes of Nanjiang yet, right? No matter how bold Shu Manlin was, she couldn't help but blush when Princess Anqi said that in front of so many people. "You." Princess Anqi smiled disdainfully. "What? Holy maiden, are you saying that you don't know King Li of the Chu state?" Princess Anqi dared to ask this, because she had evidence that Shu Manlin had known Mo Jingli for a long time. Shu Manlin couldn't deny or admit it. If she denied it, Princess Anqi might throw out the evidence of her relationship with Prince Li in a fit of anger. If she admitted it, it'd be worse. Although she was no longer restricted by these restrictions, it would be very disadvantageous for her if people found out that she had been acquainted with a man outside for years. "That's enough, Shi'er. Why are you saying this in front of the guests?" The king of Nanjiao suddenly spoke. He frowned and looked at Princess Anqi. There was a hint of reprimand in his tone. Princess Anqi was startled and finally lowered her head sadly. Yili smiled at the smug look that flashed across Shu Manlin's face. She suddenly pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I also feel that the holy maiden looks familiar." Shu Manlin looked at Yili in surprise. Her eyes were filled with nervousness and reproach. She seemed to be blaming Yi for betraying her. Yi smiled faintly. She thought seriously and said, "Maybe I was mistaken. 5 years ago, when Quan was 1 month old, I seem to have seen a girl who looked very similar to the holy maiden follow a man to the northwest to play. But that man wasn't King Li of the Chu state. This consort must have misjudged him." Yi Li's words scared Shu Manlin. She knew that she had been tricked by Yi Li. She was furious, but didn't dare to show it in front of everyone. She could only swallow her anger and say with a forced smile, "It's good that you recognized her. My daughter has never been to the Northwest." Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "What? I've also never seen two people who look so alike. Holy Maiden, please don't blame me." Chapter 516. Emo Xiaoyao's group was the first group of people to come to the wedding because they had the intention of having fun in the south this time. But there was nothing to have fun in Nanzhao Imperial City other than the frequent interactions between the different races. Emo Xiaoyao saw that there were still a few days until Princess Anqi's wedding, so he took Yili to other places in Nanzhao to have fun. Because Emo Xiaoyao had the intention of throwing away the other eyesores and only taking Yili to have fun before the third watch, he took Yili out of the post house and out of the city. With Emo Xiaoyao's martial arts, no one would be able to detect him if he wanted to avoid someone. So when the other people in the post house found that the prince and princess consort were not present, they only saw a note on the table that said, "Return in a few days, do not miss." Then they understood that the prince had taken princess consort to travel. Unable to find the two, the people could only wait in the city. With the prince and princess consort's abilities, there was probably no one in Nanjiang that could make things difficult for them. On the other hand, after Emo Xiaoyao and Yili left Nanzhao Royal City, they did not have a purpose and were just wandering around. They saw beautiful scenery and stayed to enjoy it. It was a rare moment of leisure in the past few years. One day, the two caught two wild horses in a forest. In a moment of excitement, they had a horse race. The wild horses they had just caught were not very obedient. Yili rode the wild horse and ran wildly through the forest. Emo Xiaoyao's horse riding skills were better, and he rode his own horse to follow. When the wild horse finally had enough fun, it listened to Yili and slowed down. Emo Xiaoyao rode his horse to catch up from behind. He stared harshly at Yili's horse and wanted to tear it to pieces. Although this wild horse had a wild personality, it still had some intelligence. When it sensed Emo Xiaoyao's killing intent, it immediately moved its feet uneasily, but it didn't dare to run around anymore. Yili jumped off the horse's back and said with a smile, "You don't have to be angry. This horse hasn't been completely tamed yet. If it is so obedient, it will be at a disadvantage." Emo Xiaoyao knew that most BMWs were arrogant, but when it came to Li Li's safety, a BMW was nothing. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about hurting Mr. Li, he would have cut down the wild horse that was running wildly with his sword. Seeing Emo Xiaoyao's gloomy expression as he stared at the wild horse, Yili couldn't help but smile. She pulled Emo Xiaoyao to stop him from looking at the pitiful horse that looked like it wanted to run away, but didn't dare to. Looking at the surrounding lush forest and grassland, the ground was also covered with pink, light blue, white, and yellow wildflowers. At a glance, there was no end in sight. It was like a huge green carpet covered with fresh flowers. "So beautiful. Xiaoyao, where's this place?" Whether it was in the northwest or in the Chu capital, Yili had never seen such a fresh and natural beauty. Emo Xiaoyao looked around and said with a slight frown, "That wild horse has been running for almost 4 hours. Adding on our previous sightseeing, this place should be 500 or 600 li away from Nanzhao Imperial City. This place should be near the sacred land of Nanjiang." Yili was a little surprised. The sacred land of Nanjiang was a mysterious place even to the people of Nanjiang. However, the Princeton Mansion had the intention of pacifying Nanjiang many years ago and naturally would have investigated it. So it wasn't too surprising. Emo Xiaoyao pulled Yili forward and said, "Since we're here, let's go take a look." Yili frowned and said, Isn't it bad to trespass on the sacred land of Nanjiang? If the people of Nanjiao knew that Prince Ding and Princess Ding had trespassed on the sacred land of Nanjiang, not only would it affect them negatively, Princess Anshi would also lose face. Mo Xiaoyao said lightly, "If we're not discovered, it's not trespassing. I promised Xinyang to bring back a few stalks of nethernet flower for him." Yili was also very grateful to Xinyang, not only because he gave up his reputation as a genius doctor and stayed in the Prince Ding mansion for more than 10 years to work on Mo Xiaoyao's poison, but also because Mo Xiaobao was a little weak when he was born. It was all thanks to Xinyang that he was able to grow up to be so lively today. Hearing that it was something Xinyang wanted, Yili was naturally duty-bound. Moreover, she was also very interested in the so-called sacred land of Nanjiang. Mo Xiaoyao obviously had the potential to be a special forces soldier. His sense of direction was so good that even Yili couldn't help but be jealous. Pulling Yili without hesitation, he shuttled through the mountain forest. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the periphery of the sacred land of Nanjiang. The two nimbly avoided the guards and quickly entered the entrance of the sacred land. Perhaps because it had not been invaded by outsiders for hundreds of years, the guards in the sacred land were not very strict. The two only spent a little effort to sneak in. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a large blood-red sea of flowers. It was a pure red without any impurities. It almost dyed the entire valley red, looking strange and bloody. Yili looked at the fiery red in front of her and frowned. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was calm as he said in a deep voice, "This is the hidden luo flower." Yili sighed and said softly, "When I heard that the hidden luo flower was a sacred item of Nanjiang, I wanted to bring some back to see if it would be useful to you. Fortunately, I didn't waste time." Mo Xiao didn't understand. "Li knows this flower?" Yili said, "There are so many of them." "They don't look like rare holy objects, do they? I know that this flower has another name. It's called the red spider lily or the red spider lily. It also has another name, red flower stone garlic." If it wasn't for the blue fallen flower that diverted her attention, Yili might have really entered the sacred land of Nanjiang to look for the hidden luo flower. If at that time she saw that the hidden luo flower was actually the common red flower stone garlic, she would really want to cry. Red spider lily, a Buddhist name, one of the 4 flowers of the heavenly realm. Mo Xiaoyao said. Yili sat beside Mo Xiaoyao casually. After her eyes got used to the blood red that covered the sky, she looked quite good. She laughed softly. It is indeed a Buddhist name. Legend has it that the red spider lily is the yellow spring flower that grows beside the river of forgetfulness, the only scenery on the road to the yellow spring. Mo Xiaoyao didn't know much about Buddhist scriptures, so he didn't understand. Why is it called the red spider lily? Yili recited softly, "The flower blooms without leaves, the leaves without flowers. The red spider lily blooms for 1,000 years, wilts for 1,000 years. The petals and leaves never meet. Love is not cause and effect. Fate determines life and death." Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said in a deep voice, "I don't like these words." Yili pursed her lips and looked at him with a faint smile. "I don't like it either. This flower does have some detoxification properties, but it's also poisonous. But it's not considered rare. It's just that right now, other than here, there shouldn't be anyone who would cultivate it on such a large scale. Even if there aren't many in the Jiangnan area, we should be able to find quite a few if we look carefully. Are we going to pick them from here and bring them back to Mr. Shen?" Mo Xiaoyao glanced at the large patch of blood red below and said, "Since we're here, let's take some back. Later, we'll go to Jiangnan to pick some and see if there's any difference." Yili nodded indifferently. There were so many in the sacred land of Nanjiang. Not to mention picking a few stalks. Even if they pulled out a sack and took it away, no one would notice. Chapter 517. After picking a few spider lilies and putting them away, the two continued to walk deeper into the forest. But strangely, it seemed that the deeper they went, the fewer guards there were. As they walked further in, the red flowers that filled the sky seemed to gradually lessen. What entered their eyes was another type of flower. It was a gorgeous ball-shaped flower. There were red, pink, white, blue, and yellow. It was dazzling and made people forget their worries when they saw it. Yi Li's eyes tightened as she stared at the sea of flowers in front of her. Mo Xiaoyao lowered his head and asked softly, "Li, what's wrong?" Yi Li raised her head and took out the spider lilies that she had just picked. She pointed at the sea of flowers in front of her and said, "Xiaoyao, we must have made a mistake. That should be the hidden luo flower." Mo Xiaoyao was startled. "What do you mean?" Yi Li said in a low voice, "It's best if I'm wrong. If the Nanzhao people only grow these flowers for ornamental purposes, then it's fine. If there are other uses," Mo Xiaoyao asked, "is there something wrong with these flowers?" Yi Li said softly, "These words sound very beautiful, but if they were used on the evil path, the consequences would be unbearable. These flowers can be made into the best painkillers." Mo Xiaoyao didn't understand. "Isn't that very good?" Nowadays, the painkillers used by the various countries were none other than the numbing powder. But the formula was troublesome and the ingredients were not common. On the battlefield, only high-ranking generals could use them. Normal soldiers could only endure the pain and die from the pain. Yi Li shook her head, because if you're not careful, you can become addicted. It's very difficult to quit. If you use it for a long time, you will become weak and wither. Once it's broken, you will go crazy with pain. It can be said to be the best medicine for controlling puppets. It's more effective than any poison. Once this thing spreads, it wouldn't be strange if it could destroy an entire country. Mo Xiaoyao stared at the sea of flowers in front of him, deep in thought. After a while, he looked up at Yi Li and smiled. "Although I don't know how Li Li knows all this, but I trust Li Li. Let's go inside and take a look." Seeing the white-haired man holding her hand and walking forward, Yi Li's heart skipped a beat. She had never put up her guard in front of Mo Xiaoyao. If it was said that at the beginning, it was said that he was testing her, but later on, he gradually got used to it. She was used to Mo Xiaoyao's seemingly endless tolerance. She had revealed a lot of things that she shouldn't have known, but Mo Xiaoyao had never asked her about them. Sometimes, he would even help her smooth things over. Perhaps she finally understood why Mo Xiaoyao had always been so uneasy. After turning around the valley, what entered their eyes was still a seemingly boundless sea of flowers. After walking for a long time, they finally saw a magnificent palace at the end of the valley. "There's someone here." Mo Xiaoyao pulled Yi Li into his arms and hid behind a pile of rocks. Sure enough, not long after, they heard voices coming from afar. That voice was very familiar to Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. "The thing I want, have you prepared it?" A cold male voice came from not far away. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li looked at each other, then looked at the man who was walking over with a few women dressed in southern border clothing. It was Mo Jingli. Standing beside Mo Jingli was the beautiful southern border princess, Xia. These past few years, Mo Jingli had been very good to her. Even though she was a few years older than Yi Yang, she still looked charming and beautiful. Standing in front of them was an old madam in her 50s, holding a sinister-looking snake-headed cane in her hand. Looking at Mo Jingli, she smiled and said, "Prince Li, don't worry. All the doctors in our holy land have worked together for so many years and have finally developed the divine medicine that Prince Li wants. I guarantee that the effects will be better than what Prince Li wants." Mo Jingli said coldly, "Is that so? Then I will wait and see. I hope Elder won't disappoint." The Elder smiled confidently and said, "Of course. Since it's a cooperation, we naturally have to satisfy both sides. As long as Prince Li keeps his promise, it's fine. Men, bring the medicine men here." Not long after, a few disheveled people were dragged over. From Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li's position, they couldn't see them clearly, but they could see a person's figure and appearance. He should be from the Central Plains. That person's eyes were cloudy and unfocused, and his face was sallow and emaciated, as if he had no strength. His expression was sluggish, and his mouth was dripping with saliva. He looked like an idiot born with dementia. The elder smiled and said, "What does Princely think? In order to guarantee the efficacy of the medicine, we have specially found a few people from the Chu state to be the medicine men." Mo Jingli carefully observed the medicine men and seemed very satisfied. He asked, "Not bad. How long have these people been fed the medicine?" The elder smiled and said, "Less than a month." Mo Jingli was even more satisfied. "Very good. I agree to what you have proposed." The elder was even more satisfied. He smiled and said, "Princely is indeed straightforward. The holy maiden will definitely be very grateful to your highness Princely." Mo Jingli snorted and said indifferently, "We each took what we needed. Give it to I still have to rush to Nanjiao Kingdom." The elder didn't hesitate. He took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to Mo Jingli. He said, "This is 3 months' worth of medicine. It's enough for Princely to use. It's not easy to take medicine and refine it. Our valley's doctors have only refined this much after so long." Mo Jingli put it away and said, "Many thanks, elder. I will take my leave." The elder smiled and said, "I'll have people escort Princely out of the valley." After Mo Jingli left with Princess Shixia, the girl following the elder asked, "Elder, who did Princely ask for this medicine for?" The elder sneered and said, "Who else could it be for? These people from the Central Plains have always been incomparably vicious. They won't even let their own blood relatives go. I don't know what kind of deep hatred the Emperor of the Chu state has with Princely that he would torture his own brother like this. You girls shouldn't get too involved with the people of the Central Plains. If one day you get harmed by them, you won't even be able to cry." The girls giggled. "We're not afraid of those people from the Central Plains. We'll use poisonous snakes to bite them to death. Otherwise, we'll imitate Princely and give them some Nepenthes powder. Let's see if they'll still be obedient." The elder smiled as he reprimanded the girls. At the same time, he led his people into the palace. Outside the palace, the voices gradually faded away. Mo Xiaoyao and Yili stood behind the pile of rocks and turned their gazes to the beautiful sea of flowers. "Nepenthes powder?" Mo Jingli gave it to Mo Jingqi. Yili sighed softly and said, "Mo Jingli's move is really vicious. If Mo Jingqi really fell for it, his life would be ruined. Look at those people just now. A month ago, they were definitely normal and healthy people. What plans does Li have?" Mo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice. Yili looked at the grand palace in front of her and said in a low voice, "Let's go in and take a look." Mo Xiaoyao nodded. He picked up Yili and jumped onto the roof of the palace. When they landed, there was no sound at all. Even the guards outside the palace did not hear anything. The two quietly landed. Yili frowned and said with some confusion, "The sacred land of Nanjiang should be a very tight place. Why is it that the guards on our way here are so lax?" Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, "In this place, the experts have probably all left by now." Yili's heart jumped. "You're talking about Nanjiao Imperial City?" Mo Xiaoyao nodded. "If the secret of the sacred land of Nanjiang is this hidden luo flower, then it is not that important whether there are experts guarding it or not. I'm afraid that even if someone really enters the valley, they may not be able to find the hidden luo flower." The hidden luo flower was the legendary sacred land of Nanjiang. No one would think that the sacred land of Nanjiang could grow all over the place. And even if a few of them were taken away, it would not have much of an impact on the sacred land of Nanjiang. It seems that Shu Manlin and Tan Jiji's plans in Nanjiao Imperial City are not small. We should go back early, in case Big Brother and the others worry. Leaning in Mo Xiaoyao's arms and waiting for the patrolling guards to pass, Yili said in a low voice, to see his beloved wife so concerned about Su Qingshun, even if he knew that they were only siblings, Mo Xiaoyao could not help but feel jealous. He curled his lips and said, "Young Master Qingshun's wisdom is unparalleled. What is there to worry about?" Yili reached out and pinched him. She said helplessly, "How did Big Brother provoke you? Don't think that I don't know that you deliberately misled Big Brother into thinking that Big Brother likes men." Mo Xiaoyao snorted softly and muttered in a low voice, I'm only speaking the truth. Li, you also want to blame me. Li, you're really biased. When a man was childish, he could have no bottom line. This was the experience that Mo Xiaoyao had given him in the past few years. Yili rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to bother with him. She carefully walked forward. Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Suddenly, an old voice came from the palace. Yili cursed in her heart, but her body did not move at all. Even her breathing quietly slowed down a lot. Mo Xiaoyao quietly approached her and shook his head at her. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked around. They had hidden well along the way. It was reasonable to say that they were in the palace, and even if the palace was behind them, it should be impossible to find them. The palace was quiet for a while. The old voice sounded again, but with a bit of anger, you trespassed into my sacred land of Nanjiang. Do you want me to personally come and invite you out? On the roof opposite, a black shadow flew down and laughed loudly. I'm Lei Tongfeng of Xiling. Please forgive me for disturbing you. The person in the palace snorted and said, So, it's the crown prince of Jinnum of Gojoseon. I was wondering who had the guts to trespass into my sacred land of Nanjiang. Lei Tongfeng smiled and said, I trespassed here because I had no choice. Please forgive me. I really have something to ask of you. Please allow me to see you. They hadn't seen each other for a few years, but Lei Tongfeng was a lot more mature and steady than he was 5 years ago. With a few words, the anger of the people in the hall lessened by quite a bit. The crown prince of the Jinan king actually has a request for this seat. It's really rare. Come in, let me hear. Lei Tongfeng smiled and said, Of course it's a matter of mutual benefit. I wouldn't dare to let you suffer a loss. Yili leaned in Mo Xiaoyao's arms and quietly pointed at Lei Tongfeng in the courtyard opposite the palace. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. After seeing Lei Tongfeng enter, he let go of Yili. With a tap of his foot, a swan goose silently landed on the roof of the main palace. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.